Chapter 462. In the eastern sea, snow-white waves rushed high into the sky. The waves struck like thunder. The sky was densely packed with battleships, ranging from dozens of meters long to hundreds of meters long. They were like a steel jungle, blotting out the sky and covering the sun. This was only a part of outer space. The true large-scale battleships had yet to descend. Otherwise, the scene would be even more terrifying. Boom! A beam of light fell and penetrated the protective screen of the multicolored ship. With a boom, it struck the inside of the ship, causing it to let out a miserable shriek. Blood splashed out and the deck exploded. The entire multicolored ship swayed. There was a large hole in the ship that was emitting green smoke. The jade table at the side was in pieces, and the silver tortoise under the table was covered in blood. A large part of its shell had split open, and it had almost been pierced through. At this moment, it was grimacing in pain and growling. It was almost dead. Chu Feng also groaned with blood at the corner of his mouth. He looked up at the sky and then jumped through space once more. Before leaving, he saw the red light on the battleship that had just attacked them rapidly dim. Then, it disintegrated with a loud bang and was destroyed in midair. It had intruded on Earth and consumed the protection of the sacred blood at every moment. The attack just now had led to its demise. Chu Feng and the others disappeared without a sound. Li Lin wasn't injured, but she was somewhat absent-minded. Sword Saint Duanmu had arrived and learned of her current situation. Could he save her? How would the sect view her if they found out? In the sky, the densely packed steel battleships were communicating with each other. A strict order was issued. They could kill Chu Feng, but they couldn't harm the silver tortoise or the woman. Otherwise, the machine race would also die. The multicolored ship appeared in another part of the sea. Chu Feng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He knew that an unprecedented crisis had appeared. Under normal circumstances, it would be difficult for him to survive today, and he would die without a burial. This time, he didn't cross the void. Instead, he steered the ship and braved the wind and waves to sail on the eastern sea. If you want me to die, you'll have to pay the price in blood. Chu Feng held a stone in his hand. It belonged to Mount Eternal. He was sensing the demon race's supreme secret land. Finally, he sensed a large ship breaking through the waves and rapidly approaching. Previously, both the divine blood and the golden Bodhisattva had been absorbed by Mount Eternal. Now, he wanted to make use of this forbidden land's characteristics to deal with the battleships that filled the sky. If it really was effective, then the machine race would definitely be in an extremely miserable state. They would go crazy and lose a large number of troops. Behind him, densely packed battle swords appeared. Sure enough, they had caught up and locked onto Chu Feng, leaving him with no way out. Outside of Earth, even the three great sages couldn't sense Mount Eternal. They only felt that the current sea region was somewhat strange. As for the Origin Beast platform, it was even more powerless. It couldn't capture the slightest abnormality and could only see Chu Feng's multicolored ship emitting green smoke and blood on the deck as it advanced through the sea. People realized that Chu Feng's blood might splatter across the sea this time, and it would be difficult for him to survive. The commentator finally spoke. Previously, when it came to saints, he had kept his mouth shut and did not dare to comment. Looks like this young man, named Chu Feng, has reached the end of his life. He will die in that ocean. The legendary guests nodded one after another. They heaved a sigh of relief as if they had been relieved of a burden. One of the legendary guests said, "I've emphasized time and again that the dignity of a saint cannot be offended. Those who touch it must die. Now, everything is over. This young man is quite courageous, but it's not praiseworthy. Offending a saint is a great sin, and now he has finally reached the end of the road." Another legendary guest commented. Many people on the Origin Beast platform felt that it was a pity. It was rare to see someone who dared to challenge the dignity of a saint, but in the end he was about to die. Saints were invincible and inflexible. They sat high up in the sky and hid in the primal chaos. As expected, they were creatures of a different world. They could only look up to them and could not offend them. However, the next moment, everyone opened their eyes wide in shock. The commentator's pupils shrank as he felt horrified. As for the legendary guests, some of them had torn off their beards due to the trembling as they stared fixedly at the terrifying scene. In the Eastern Sea, after the densely packed battleships appeared, they didn't open fire immediately because they were afraid of harming the innocent. Jun Tuo's descendants and the person Sword Saint Duanmu was looking for were on the multicolored ship. They were closing in. At the same time, a large number of machine race members appeared with terrifying long blades in their hands. They were going to capture Chu Feng alive. However, something terrifying happened when they actually approached the sea. The red light on all the battleships was rapidly fading away, and the dark red holy light on their bodies was also starting to disappear. Boom, boom, boom. Hundreds of battleships completely disintegrated in the sky above the sea. It was as if a dazzling display of fireworks had bloomed. It was exceptionally resplendent and caused the entire world to tremble. As for the machine race, they exploded into pieces. Some of the metal men were dozens of meters tall, while others were only the size of a palm. Now, they had all fallen into the same fate. Their bodies were smashed into pieces. 400 battleships and airships exploded. Even the void was distorted because the energy they carried was too terrifying. It was enough to penetrate the entire world. At the same time, there were even more small detectors that crackled incessantly like firecrackers. All of them exploded. In the distance, Mount Eternal was like a prehistoric beast that had just awakened. It greedily devoured and sucked away all the holy blood, leaving nothing behind. This caused the war swords to lose their protection and be completely obliterated by the domains. Some of the energy they erupted with was absorbed by the domains, while some was absorbed by Mount Eternal. In the end, the entire steel army completely collapsed. Not even a scrap was left. They had been completely destroyed, just like that. This scene was too terrifying and made one's hair stand on end. There was a deathly silence on the Origin Beast platform. Earlier, they had found it amusing watching Chu Feng laughing and joking. But now, the densely packed battleship group had been destroyed. This was horrifying. Without a doubt, such a battleship group was enough to attack a vital planet if nothing unexpected happened. Now, they had been completely destroyed. The commentator's mouth was dry as he let out a roar. This is truly an inconceivable battle result. As for the legendary guests, they were similarly shaken. Their Adam's apple moved as they swallowed with difficulty. Their judgment had been wrong once again. That native was still alive, but the battleship group had been completely destroyed. Blasphemers didn't die. This is a miracle. We all thought he was going to die, but in the end, he actually survived. Brilliant battle accomplishments. One person slaughtering an entire battleship group. It's like a legend. The Origin Beast platform was boiling over. This kind of outcome had exceeded everyone's expectations and could only be described as a miracle. In the Eastern Sea, Chu Feng looked up at the sky with blood at the corner of his mouth. Jun Tuo, you old bastard, bring it out if you have the ability. This grandpa won't die. Old turtle, Duanmu, you coward. You're so soft, even when chasing after the woman you like. You're not direct enough. Go ahead and cry. The 100 transformations, Saint heard you've also come. You bastard, you didn't even let women and children off as a heavenly knight. Sooner or later, I'll skin you alive and chop you up to feed the wild dogs. Chu Feng rebuked furiously and cursed loudly. Outside of Earth, the three saints' expressions were gloomy. The two Dao children didn't dare say a word. The Nining Sparrow was drenched in cold sweat. This time, he still hadn't killed Chu Feng and was even cursed at by him. This made his blood run cold. The saint's heir had fallen into Chu Feng's hands, causing Jun Tuo, Duanmu, and the others to come. In the end, they were looked down upon. In the end, it was all because of the 9 Sparrow's decree. As such, he was now feeling guilty and the pressure had multiplied. His head was as big as a bucket, and he was afraid that he would be dragged into this when the accounts were settled. The Origin Beast platform was petrified. For a long time, there was a deathly silence. It had been many years since someone dared to curse and curse a saint like this. Everyone was trembling. No one dared to follow and curse. It was fine if they were heckling before, but now they didn't dare to echo in fear of a race extermination calamity. Outside of Earth, Juntua was sitting cross-legged in his war chariot. Primal chaos surged, revealing the restlessness in his heart. "This native must die," he said. Since the ancient war, he had always been recuperating in seclusion. Now, he had emerged and mustered a large force to revisit his old haunt. Even a saint couldn't endure being humiliated on a planet he had conquered. The words of a saint were priceless. Under normal circumstances, no one would be able to survive once they had spoken. Death was inevitable. In the Eastern Sea, Chu Feng suddenly raised his head after hearing Jun Tuo's words. Afterwards, he approached the silver tortoise with the treasured pestle in hand. He suddenly exerted force and struck the tortoise's shell with a bang. The tortoise's shell immediately exploded and blood splattered in all directions. This was the most powerful secret treasure the saintessly Lin had brought. Its power was incomparably great in his hands. If the silver tortoise hadn't withdrawn its head into its shell, its head would have been smashed and it would have died on the spot. Boom! It was at this time that the surface of the sea exploded. Waves rushed thousands of meters into the sky, and a few figures flew out. For members of the machine race didn't die and actually survived. It could be considered that they had passed the tests of Earth's domains normally. Additionally, there was a human whose body was also unharmed. They stared at Chu Feng with awe-inspiring eyes. In outer space, a machine race member was reporting to the Saint Jun Ta. He informed him that there were other races on the battleship apart from the machine race, such as the Shilin army from long ago. The 100 transformations, Saint Yuan Chunkong's eyes were filled with primal chaos after hearing this, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. How could he not know the Shilin army when he was a heavenly knight back then? This was once a group of people from Earth. In the end, they had betrayed their mother planet and followed them in suppressing their compatriots. The Shilin army now had their own planet and great power. After all, they were a strong army that had come from the 11th rank planet. Moreover, they were protected by peerless heaven illuminators. The remnants from back then had attacked them several times, but had always returned in defeat with great losses. Moreover, there were saints in the Shilin army. We believe that the pure-blooded descendants of the Shilin army are the continuation of the bloodline of this planet, and that it's easier for them to obtain the planet's will's approval. That's why we cooperated with them. Now, it seems that the results weren't good. Only one person has descended alive. However, we still have research results. We've dug up some ruins on Mars, Neptune, and other planets and found some intact corpses. We're planning to make use of them and perhaps send them to Earth. The machine race leader reported. That was because those corpses were the ancestors of Earth. A leader of the Shilin army had also come. His position was rather high, and his strength was also very strong. He had reached the Golden Arhut level and was also here to report some matters. Juntoa nodded and said, "Very good. Ignore my descendants and kill that native regardless of the price." Moreover, he had decided to continue protecting them with his saint blood. Another batch of battleships dived down from the outer realms and headed toward Earth. Presently, a few people on the Eastern Sea had cut off the path between Chu Feng and Mount Eternal, preventing him from continuing forward. At the same time, a few people pressed forward. They were all evolvers at the highest level of the carefree realm. Chu Feng had realized a spatial jump and entered Mount Eternal, but in the end, he had failed. This area was too odd and didn't allow him to pass through the void. He frowned. There were 5 great experts blocking the way in front of him, and the monastic robe's cool-down time hadn't passed yet. It was a little long, and he couldn't fight them head-on. He sighed inwardly and could only retreat. Otherwise, it would be too easy to kill him if the 5 top figures of the carefree realm joined forces. I must break through and enter the carefree realm. He turned around and left. Very soon, he stopped and was thoroughly frightened. The sky was densely packed with hundreds of battleships, giving him a huge headache. The Outer Realm army had chased him down once again. This was a hopeless situation. Directly fleeing into the distance was even more dangerous. Chu Feng clenched his teeth. Perhaps only Mount Eternal was relatively safe. Should he forcefully break through? He steered the multicolored battleship and charged forward. 5 people blocked the way. 4 machine race experts with a cold metallic luster slashed over with a 10-meter-long saber in their hands. The saber light was as bright as snow and filled with dense killing intent. The descendant of the Shilin army, that human, sneered. He was ruthless and callous as he also attacked. Bang, bang, bang. The battleship had been damaged earlier and its protective screen wasn't perfect. Now that it was under attack, a cold saber light interweaved and slashed toward Chu Feng. He growled in a low voice, wanting to resist and break through this area. Puffed. In the end, he failed to break through. His lower abdomen was cut open by a wave of saber chi, causing blood to gush out. He was seriously injured. The descendant of the Shilin army sneered and pointed a finger at him. A glaring purple light flew out and pierced his chest with a bang. Blood splashed out and penetrated his front and back. This is the Mother Planet's famous Eastern purple chi finger. Don't you know it? He smiled cruelly. Chu Feng couldn't break through. Those people closed in on him as fast as lightning and were about to land on the large ship. Chu Feng sighed softly. Without the monastic robes equality of all life domain, there was indeed a huge gap between him and the carefree realm beings. There was no way he could fight them. He steered the battleship and turned to flee. After leaving that area, he immediately used a spatial jump and disappeared from this place. Boom! The sea behind him boiled. The 5 experts attacked with all their might, causing huge waves to soar into the sky. Kill him. Someone on the battleship group gave the order to surround Chu Feng with all their might and chase him down. Guard this area of the sea. Don't let him approach. Someone ordered. Chu Feng steered the multicolored ship and began to flee. The next moment, the order to chase after Chu Feng spread throughout the world. Anyone who found Chu Feng and provided clues would be rewarded with 3 mutant fruits that would allow them to enter the carefree realm. The order to kill swept through all directions. Chu Feng must die. Chapter 463. Thump. The multicolored battleship crashed into a deserted island amidst billowing smoke. It had suffered a laser attack, which had almost pierced through certain parts of the ship's body. Many of the secret metal planks had been blasted open. Chu Feng's mouth was full of bloody froth. He had suffered serious injuries. Not long ago, a machine race being had successfully boarded the multicolored ship. His shiny long sword danced and surged with sword chi, almost causing him to suffer a calamity. If not for the weapons on the ship which could still be used, Chu Feng would have been in danger if he had fired a beam of energy at the critical moment. After all, that was a machine at the great circle of the carefree realm who had almost stepped into the visualization realm. If he were to get close to him, he would undoubtedly die. The difference between the two was too great. He gasped for breath. The multicolored ship was an antique flying machine. Its weapon system had long since malfunctioned and was in a state of paralysis except for a few parts that could still be used. Buzz. An indescribable fluctuation came from the void as the densely packed battleships appeared once again. The cold steel forest glowed with a faint red radiance. It was the protection of the saint's blood. Set sail. Chu Feng spat out a mouthful of turbid blood. His gaze was like lightning as he coldly ordered Lin to drive the multicolored ship and jump through space. Saintess Lin's pupils constricted as she felt a wave of killing intent. She knew that if she didn't obey, the magnetic needles in her body would explode and she would be torn to pieces. She took a deep breath and drove the battleship away according to Chu Feng's instructions. The densely packed battleships followed closely behind. They didn't stop at all and headed toward their next destination. They weren't afraid of him escaping at all. There was no need for a saint to point out where Chu Feng was. Jun Tuo's Tao, child's treasured mirror alone, was enough to clearly reflect Chu Feng's location. Chu Feng had encountered the greatest danger and had nowhere to run. No matter where he appeared, he would be caught up in a short time. After arriving at yet another sea region, Chu Feng leaned against the ship's board. The ghastly wound on his abdomen was dripping with blood, and his intestines were about to spill out. An indescribable energy was preventing the wound from healing. This was a setback he had never suffered before. He had been chased all the way and had narrowly escaped death. There was even a bloody hole in his chest that went through the front and back. It was pierced by the eastern purple chief finger of the Shilin army's descendant. It was even more terrifying as it destroyed his vitality. In addition, there was a deep wound on his neck. He had almost been decapitated. His back was even more badly mangled, encountering large amounts of blade energy that almost disintegrated him, already injuring his spine. The silver armor he had obtained from Yang Xiansain's cousin had already been torn apart. If not for this armor, he would have been killed. Who? A mouthful of turbid qi spurted out from Chu Feng's mouth and nose, causing the air to explode. It was even more terrifying than the usual sword qi. Following that, Chu Feng took a deep breath and activated the thunderous breathing technique. All the pores on his body opened up, exchanging energy particles with the outside world and healing his injured body. In a split second, his body exploded like thunder falling from the nine heavens. His entire body was golden as he forcefully expelled the special energy from his chest and abdomen. What kind of breathing technique is this? It's a bit similar to the Buddhist race's golden body breathing technique. The silver tortoise was astonished. It realized that Chu Feng must have grasped an extraordinary breathing technique. Chu Feng shot a glance and walked over. He extracted the essence blood from its cracked back and began to refine it. Immediately, a bloody mist rose and a few drops of translucent liquid appeared in the jade jar in his hand. Ah! The silver tortoise cried out in misery. Chu Feng ignored it and poured the Starcore tortoise's true blood into his mouth. This race was originally a quasi-divine beast, so a few drops of refined, true blood naturally contained an exuberant vitality. If he had a choice, Chu Feng really wouldn't want to do this. It would truly be eating raw meat and drinking blood. But at the moment, it was indeed extremely beneficial to his body. Afterwards, he sat down cross-legged and began to circulate the breathing technique passed down to him by yellow cattle. In the blink of an eye, he was drowned in a mass of white mist. At the same time, his heart glowed like a scarlet sun, emitting a dense vitality which nourished his whole body. He had obtained an astonishing recovery technique when he had opened the shackles of his heart. Now, after eliminating the two special energies, this kind of recovery power was displayed to an astonishing degree. His wounds healed and blood energy rushed out from the top of his head. Following the circulation of the breathing technique, Chu Feng recovered to his peak state. Many people on the Origin Beast platform were astonished. When Chu Feng used the two supreme breathing techniques, he became hazy and couldn't be reflected. His breathing technique is a bit odd. The commentator spoke with an astonished expression. A famous guest commented, "Even the Origin Beast platform can't capture the image. That breathing technique is probably enough to rank within the top 10,000 in the starry skies." This ranking seemed backward, but there were so many races in the universe. Vital planets were scattered throughout the major galaxies, and powerful races numbered in the hundreds of thousands. To many races, ranking within the top 10,000 was even more powerful than their strongest breathing technique. In the blink of an eye, the Origin Beast platform was in an uproar. Unfortunately, both the Origin Beast platform and the three saints outside of Earth couldn't sense it at close range. They couldn't understand the essence of that breathing technique. Otherwise, it would be a big problem once they understood what level it was at. Even so, many people cried out in surprise. They hadn't expected that a young man on a declining planet at the edge of the universe would possess a top-notch breathing technique. Many people wanted nothing more than to set out immediately and search for this breathing technique. Even though Chu Feng was extremely popular and had obtained many people's favorable impressions, there were still many people who were envious. Of course, 90% of the people could only sigh and shake their heads. The journey was too far, and they might not be able to obtain it even if they went. It was very likely that they would die there. If people were to know that Chu Feng had grasped a supreme breathing technique, the starry skies would be shaken. Chu Feng had already fled to the southern sea, and the multicolored ship was becoming increasingly tattered. This was even because the enemy was afraid of harming the innocent. Jun Tuo's descendant and Saintess Li Lin were on the ship. Otherwise, the consequences would have been even worse. He couldn't go to the Eastern Sea. The sky was densely packed with battleships, and they had sealed off that part of the sea. They were afraid that Chu Feng would enter Mount Eternal. The machine race had already realized that there was a strange land in the Eastern Sea that devoured saint blood. As such, they prevented Chu Feng from setting foot there and worsened his situation. At this time, the whole world was shaken. A large number of battleships had descended from the outer realms to kill Chu Feng. The orthodox lineage of the Penglai Immortal Island had come into being and also wanted to kill Chu Feng. This shocked every land. Chu Feng is in danger. Demon King, hold on. Boss Chu, you must live. Different people let out different sighs. The world changed drastically in one day. The powerful Demon King Chu was on the verge of death. The saints from the outer realms had set their sights on him and sent a large army to hunt him down. Within the folded space, many evolvers were restless. Some divine sons and saintesses ordered their troops to chase after him. The whole world was going to kill Chu Feng. This had almost become a consensus. The most powerful group of people were on the move to kill Chu Feng. This was like a landslide or a tsunami that came crashing down and suffocated the whole world. Many of the native creatures were indignant, but what could they do? They couldn't resist at all. They couldn't even help Chu Feng because the disparity between them and the Descenders was too great. I can't go to the true dragon lair of the Eastern Sea. Chu Feng frowned. The battleship had sealed off the sea and forbade him from entering. He couldn't even make use of the domains there. In the end, he fled toward the mainland and prepared to enter the famed mountains. He wanted to see if he could borrow the domains there to lay down a killing field and kill a portion of the pursuers. Boom! The battleship suffered another heavy blow and was about to fall apart. Chu Feng's mouth tasted blood as he spat out another mouthful of blood. At this time, even the Silver Tortoise and Li Lin were badly injured. They were smashed by the energy waves and fell onto the ship. Bastard, you're really something. Chu Feng looked up at the sky and cursed Jun Ta. This ancient saint had issued a death order that there was no need to care about his descendants. Even the sword Saint Duanmu's face was dark and didn't say anything. Even though he had come to save Li Lin, a saint would never be threatened. Chu Feng finally escaped to the mainland and used a spatial jump to arrive at Mount Huang. He disembarked decisively and knocked Li Lin and the Silver Tortoise unconscious. He then threw them into the spatial bottle and locked them up. Even the tattered multicolored ship shrank to a foot long and was put away by him. The most serious threat now came from the machine race and the descendants of the Shilin army. Penglai's orthodox troops and the Divine Sons and Saintesses' troops were nowhere to be seen. Thump, 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 thump. Chu Feng chose a suitable terrain and inserted the 4 dragon-locking pillars into the mountain. It wasn't suitable on the surface of the sea, so it was best to arrange the famed mountains for domains. Within moments, the aura here was completely different. The mountain peak where the golden fire dates grew was flowing with golden light. That was the extreme yang essence flames filling the air. Chu Feng rapidly set up the formation. He carved magnetic stones continuously and placed them in the area. He used the dragon-locking pillars as the main support and other domains to form a complex domain. Finally, some battleships arrived and rushed over. However, in the blink of an eye, some of them trembled and crashed into the distant mountain peak. That was because they had lost their way and were disturbed by the terrifying magnetic field formed by the dragon-locking pillars. They exploded on the distant mountain. Chu Feng hid here and paid close attention. At this time, the Tao Child in outer space frowned. There was an ancient large-scale domain on Mount Huang which had been partially activated by Chu Feng. This was interfering with the treasured mirror's search. Now, the mirror could no longer lock onto Chu Feng completely. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The void rumbled as a group of battleships took to the skies. Energy beams interweaved as they bombarded the domain area. It was a carpet bombing to destroy Chu Feng. Machine race, do you want to die? In outer space, the 9 Sparrow berated, you're too reliant on technological weapons. How dare you ignore the famed mountains on this planet? As expected, the worst outcome appeared. The machine race's fierce attack was enough to destroy a part of the Earth. According to their understanding, the whole of Mount Huang should have been annihilated and disappeared. But now, domain runes surged, especially in the area Chu Feng had set up. Essence flames of extreme yang gushed out like a vast ocean and swept towards the sky. Ah! Miserable cries rang out as a quarter of the battleships were devoured by the essence flames of extreme yang. The metallic battleships turned into liquid and then vaporized into gas. Chu Feng was astonished. Even he hadn't expected the machine race to be so unbridled and launch such an attack. The domain he had laid down hadn't even come into play when Mount Huang erupted first. Domain deduction. On a flagship, a machine race leader issued an order to use their so-called black technology to scan and deduce. At this moment, Chu Feng felt his hair stand on end. He put away the 4 dragon-locking pillars and moved quickly. His instincts were in full effect. The machine race had prepared for many years to enter Earth and had collected many domain models. Now, with the help of the photon computer, the results were excellent. They couldn't break Mount Huang's large-scale domain and had no way to analyze it. However, there were large areas within the activated domain where they could find a safe path. Chu Feng was in danger. The next moment, swoosh, 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 a large number of metallic bodies jumped down from the sky. There were thousands of them, and they charged towards Chu Feng. The battleships didn't dare go deep because some of the domains were too terrifying and the magnetic fields were ridiculously strong. Even if they knew the safe path, it was only for living beings. The battleships were equipped with all kinds of instruments and control systems. It would be fatal to enter those areas. Where can you run to? Roared a machine race member. They were special life forms. The pollen of a strange, ancient tree had fallen on the metal, leading to their birth and evolution. Each generation is getting worse. Up until now, the mother planet is indeed on the verge of collapse. There's no hope. Close to 100 descendants of the Shilin army had appeared in this area. Most of them were protected by sacred blood. Only 4 or 5 of them didn't have the sanguine light around their bodies, which meant that they had successfully crossed over. Chu Feng had already interrogated Li Lin and the Silver Tortoise. He knew the situation between the machine race and the Shilin army. He had no feelings for the former, but his hatred for the latter had reached the extreme. The Shilin army was once one of the strongest armies on this planet. However, they had betrayed at the critical moment and sought refuge with the outer realms. Then, they turned around and suppressed their own people. Their hands were stained with blood. From a certain perspective, they were even more despicable than the Heavenly Knights. Chu Feng's back was almost cleaved open by the blade energy. His flesh was flipped over, and the wound was so deep that bones could be seen. This was only a slight graze from the blade energy. If he had been struck head-on, he would have been split into 2. Dozens of machine race members arrived in front of him. Some of them were black gold, some were shiny white, and some were green. They were all different types of metallic people. Most of them used blades as weapons. Are you going to run again? Many of the Shilin army's descendants had also arrived. The leader wore a cold smile. Boom, boom, boom. Chu Feng activated the domains so the battleships couldn't enter. This was good news for him. He once again began to use his domain methods to destroy these people. But very soon, he felt a headache coming on. There were too many people. There were at least 800 machine race members, if not 1,000. At this time, the descendants of the Shilin army had also appeared and were rapidly gathering. In the blink of an eye, blade radiance and sword energy danced about and drowned this area. Boom! Some domain areas were directly attacked by this group of people and exploded prematurely. Chu Feng turned around and left. There were too many people and they were too far apart. It was impossible for all of them to fall into the domains. He would undoubtedly die if he dared to stay. Miserable cries came from behind him. Some of the machine race experts were dismembered, and some of the Shilin army descendants were strangled to death by the domain runes. A Shilin army descendant said coldly, "Bastard, your lineage's pure-blooded ancestors have already been destroyed. Do you think you can overturn the heavens? In terms of bloodline purity, our lineage is even purer than your mixed-blood descendants. This time, we've returned to the mother planet to take back everything we lost back then. The Shilin clan has returned." A leader roared. Shilin was originally the name of that army. After arriving at the other planets, they used Shilin as their clan name. Chu Feng turned back and spat out a mouthful of bloody froth. "You bunch of the bastards. You betrayed this place, and you still have the face to return? What mother planet? Go to hell. Back then, as a puppet army, you attacked your own compatriots. You're even more cold-blooded than those executioners. Now you still have the face to talk about pure bloodline? I'll destroy your entire clan sooner or later." Chu Feng fled and traversed Mount Huang. Behind him, machine race and Shilin clan people fell continuously after being obstructed by the domains. Some died, others were gravely injured, but even more people still chased after him. There were simply too many people. A dozen or so bloody holes appeared on Chu Feng's body. A powerful Shilin clan expert had pierced through his back. "How is it? It's still the Eastern Violet Chi finger." A Shilin clan leader sneered. He was the first to cross over successfully and had pierced through Chu Feng's body in the Eastern Sea. He was very young, and the corners of his mouth held a cold smile as he said, "As a good citizen of the mother planet and a good descendant, you actually haven't even learned this kind of finger technique. Are you even fit to talk to me about being a descendant of the mother planet? Ridiculous." Chu Feng staggered and activated another domain to hide within. Then he fled once more. He was furious because time didn't wait for him. The time he had spent on the path of evolution was too short, and he thirsted for a higher level of power. If he didn't die in this battle, he would go crazy and evolve in search of all the fortunes on Earth. Damn monastic robe. It's too unreliable. Chu Feng still wanted to use this secret treasure to kill some enemies. It wouldn't be a loss even if he died, but the cooldown was too long. Just as Chu Feng was cursing, the monastic robe in his hand finally glowed and reacted under his activation. Earlier, he didn't dare put it on because he was worried that the attacks would destroy the secret treasure while the domains weren't recovering. Chu Feng put on the monastic robe and immediately erupted with scarlet light. Even though his back had almost been cleaved open by a long blade and there were a dozen or so bloody holes on his body, he was still smiling and suddenly turned around. Chapter 464. Chu Feng turned around with the monastic robe draped over his shoulders. He was as swift and violent as a thunder leopard, vigorous, powerful, and incomparably swift. Accompanied by blazing radiance, he charged directly at the Shilin clan expert. Mo Sheng was astonished. This native from the mother planet actually dared to turn around and fight him? Just now, his fingers had lit up and left a dozen or so bloody holes on this person's body. If not for his domains, he would have killed him easily. He gave chase in haste because he didn't understand Chu Feng at all. He had never heard of this person before this battle and naturally didn't know the wonders of that monastic robe. Mo Sheng revealed a smile as he stood there, ready to torture and kill Chu Feng. Interesting. A corner dog will jump over a wall. Or do you think you could defy the heavens just by being hot-blooded? Boom! Chu Feng arrived immediately. His monastic robe was glowing like surging scarlet lava, and his fist was even more resplendent like a small sun. Mo Sheng revealed a faint smile. The other party was still displaying the energy of the shackled realm. There was no increase, and there was no surprise. He stood in place as steady as a boulder until Chu Feng closed in. One of his legs moved as fast as lightning, erupting with radiance as it swung violently toward Chu Feng's head. Mo Sheng's expression was cold. That leg was like a divine whip. Under normal circumstances, it could easily blast apart the head of a shackled realm opponent. It could be said that this attack was ruthless and decisive. This kick was destined to produce a scene of brains and blood splattering everywhere. It was incomparably bloody. Thump! However, the final result caused his expression to change. Chu Feng was incomparably valiant as he smashed his fist into the sole of his foot. A wave of blazing light erupted from the sole of his foot. The pain from the sole of his foot was simply unbearable. His bones were broken, and fresh blood sprayed out with a puff. He couldn't help but let out a muffled groan as he was sent flying. Mo Sheng let out a miserable cry. His right foot was badly battered as though it had been smashed by a thunder god's hammer. Even the white bones were visible. It had been crippled. This result was beyond his expectations and caused his hair to stand on end. At this moment, he discovered that he could no longer use the energy of the carefree realm. His cultivation had fallen to the shackled realm. "Kill him for me," Mo Sheng roared as he retreated. The sharp pain caused his face to contort. The surrounding Shilin people and machine race people were astonished. How could this be? So. The 8 people at the forefront of the Shilin clan attacked together to stop Chu Feng. At this time, Chu Feng was like a flood dragon soaring through the sky, completely fearless. He had targeted Mo Sheng and wanted to kill him first. Along the way, no one could stop him. He was like a dragon and a tiger, his might intimidating. He punched one person each, directly smashing several people in several blasts of bloody mist. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of Mo Sheng. Mo Sheng's right foot was crippled, and he was drenched in cold sweat. He was incomparably horrified. "You? How is this possible?" He once again used the Eastern Purple Chi finger, which had left more than 10 bloody holes on Chu Feng's body. The power of this finger art was astonishing. But now, he was actually unable to injure Chu Feng. Chu Feng's fist directly smashed into his finger, causing his face to turn deathly pale. With a snapping sound, his finger broke. "No!" Mo Sheng cried out in pain. His face was deathly pale. He was very young, only in his early 20s. He still had a bright future ahead of him. How could he have expected to encounter such a setback as soon as he entered this planet? He still wanted to search for the great fortune on his mother planet. "Die!" shouted Chu Feng. He smashed out with a fist and pierced through Mo Sheng with a bang. That deathly pale face was filled with terror, and then his entire body exploded. Mo Sheng was very strong, but there was still a gap between him and the divine sons and saintesses. He couldn't withstand Chu Feng's most powerful punch and was killed on the spot. The descendants of the puppet soldiers who had surrendered to the enemy had returned to suppress the people on the mother planet. This caused a flame of fury to burn in Chu Feng's chest. That punch contained his essence, energy, and spirit, and was even stronger than before. Mo Sheng was the leader of a squad of 30. Now that he had died so tragically, many people were astonished. "Don't let him go," the Shilin clan people shouted and charged forward to kill. At the same time, the machine race people also moved. They swarmed over with sabers in hand, blade radiance flashing. A large bell appeared outside Chu Feng's body, accompanied by a mist of energy. It protected him as he flew over like an astonishing rainbow, attacking everyone along the way. Bang, bang, bang. During this process, palm strikes, fists, and arrows attacked Chu Feng at the same time. They were all blocked by the large energy bell and emitted a deafening chime. All attacks were ineffective and couldn't move him. At this time, a treasure pestle appeared in Chu Feng's right hand. It was glistening yellow and glowing with radiance. As he brandished it, grand chanting sounds could be heard from time to time. At the same time, a golden monk appeared in front of the treasured pestle, erupting with energy light. Bang, bang, bang. Even the powerful metal bodies of the machine race couldn't bear it and were smashed into pieces by the pestle. Metal flew in all directions, and some sabers even exploded. Chu Feng swooped down like an azure dragon. In just a short moment, he had killed 8 machine race members and 6 Shilin clansmen. His ferocity was unstoppable. "This time, I won't pay even if I die." He finally vented his resentment because he had been chased all this time. The Shilling clan and machine race people's eyes were red. He still thought he would pay. Before this, many of their battleships had been destroyed, resulting in great casualties. Otherwise, why would they be so desperate to kill him? But Chu Feng didn't care about these things because he didn't feel comfortable that he hadn't killed them with his own hands. Kill. He laid down domains on Mount Huang while killing the enemies. He was like a primordial tiger released from its cage, surging with killing intent. He was no longer in a passive position as he plunged into the enemy group and took the initiative to kill. On the Origin Beast platform, the group was fairly shocked. They had originally thought that Chu Feng's life had come to an end and he was about to be defeated. Who would have thought he would be full of energy and kill so many enemies? The Buddhist race's secret treasure, all beings are equal. A famed guest revealed the truth. In the Outer Realms, the machine race's manager and the Shilling clan's leader wore cold expressions. Before long, a single person had already killed dozens of their people. This was too humiliating. In the end, Chu Feng personally killed 169 enemies in the Battle of Mount Huang. Covered in blood, he fled on the multicolored airship once again. Many places in this mountainous region had been sealed off by the battleships. He was afraid that he would be trapped here for a long time and truly have no way out. This time, he fled toward Mount Tai to see if he could charge into the sacrificial altar. He had the seal of domain suppression in his hands, so perhaps he could give it a try. But he knew his chances weren't great. The pursuers were too close and could easily disturb him. He could easily explode to death if he was disturbed in such a grand domain. As expected, the pursuers arrived as soon as he climbed the mountain. Chu Feng finally abandoned this place after a round of killing. Afterward, he fled toward Mount Longhu to see if the demonists had returned. But what left him helpless was that no one had come out even after fighting for a while. A terrifying sound rang out from the summit of Mount Longhu. It was the supreme treasure hidden at the foot of the mountain that was glowing and displaying its divine might. The images of a flood dragon and a fierce tiger merged together, erupting with a golden mushroom cloud and strangling a group of battleships in the sky. Afterward, Chu Feng fled once more. This time, he charged toward the Himalayas and fled into the 5-kilometer Pure Land within the ancient temple. This was where he had obtained the thunderous breathing technique. There were quite a few domains left in the ruins. Chu Feng quickly carved magnetic stones and set them up, completely annihilating the group of pursuers who had come in to kill him. But he himself was about to be crippled. His body was covered in blood, and he had suffered hundreds of wounds. "I'm going to Mount Kunlun. That boastful demoness isn't at Mount Longhu. Could it be that she's picking immortal peaches at Kunlun?" Chu Feng was truly helpless. He wanted to find this woman for help, but found that she was incomparably unreliable. There was no trace of her at all after such a major incident. He fled the Pure Land and charged toward Kunlun, but in the end, he returned empty-handed. He couldn't find her at all and had narrowly escaped death. At the critical moment, he borrowed the power of Kunlun's domains to kill a group of people and escape. Many people on the Origin Beast platform were moved. In terms of military accomplishments, Chu Feng's achievements were simply too shocking. Even though he was about to be crippled, his body was full of wounds, and his intestines had spilled out several times. It was still enough to be proud of. Even some divine sons and saintesses couldn't do what he did. At this time, the world wasn't at peace. Chu Feng fought all over the world and fled along the way. He killed many enemies along the way and caused a great earthquake. This was an unprecedented event. He was actually able to resist a large number of descenders and reach this stage. It was truly astonishing. Finally, reinforcements appeared. The remnant race from a certain secret realm in the Himalayas wanted to take action and support Chu Feng. Unfortunately, the people of Penglai seemed to know they would do this. "Everyone, why bother? There's no need to wade into these muddy waters. Just watch quietly." A group of Penglai troops had long since been waiting here and blocked the way. In truth, there is also a group of Penglai troops following the machine race, and the Shilin clan in pursuit of Chu Feng. They were extremely proactive and even more proactive than the people from the outer realms. Outside of Earth, the expressions of the two people in charge of the machine race and the Shilin clan became increasingly unsightly. It was somewhat shameful that they couldn't kill Chu Feng even after such a long time. On the ground, Chu Feng was exhausted. The monastic robe was about to lose its effect once again. Sigh, I really don't want to go there. He braced himself and rushed toward Jiangning's Mount Jijin. He charged into the revered 8 trigrams furnace, activated the domain, and began to rest. As expected, the monastic robe was about to reach its cool-down time. Boom! Someone attacked, and a battleship opened fire. Chu Feng immediately felt his scalp go numb. He knew that something big was about to happen, and that even he might be implicated. A muffled roar came from underground. A large hand covered in black corpse hair stretched out and grabbed a battleship. It clenched it fiercely and turned it into dregs. Additionally, various kinds of energy, such as the extreme yang and extreme yin flames boiled and surged outwards to burn the intruding enemies. Some of the machine race members were burned and melted. The Shilin clan members were also howling miserably as they suffered heavy losses. Retreat. The two races were scared. Apart from the domains here, there was also an ancient corpse underground. The energy fluctuations it emitted were too astonishing and caused them serious injuries in a moment. This terrified them. Chu Feng obtained some breathing room here. Fortunately, the ancient corpse didn't attack him. He endured the night here. During this time, the battleship fleet retreated and the Shilin clansmen disappeared. The 3 Outer Realm saints' expressions sank and surged with anger. They had expended so much effort but still couldn't kill Chu Feng. They had lost not only the machine race and the Shilin clan's face, but also the saints. Protect the visualization realm experts and kill him. It's fine even if we have to spend a bit more saint blood, said Junta. He had lost his patience and didn't want to waste any more time. That was because he had been paying attention to the Starcore tortoises dwelling in another part of the starry sky. He was quietly waiting for the survivors to arrive. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The outer realm's void trembled as a dozen or so glaring balls of bloody light appeared and descended toward the Earth's surface. It wasn't just one visualization realm entity that had descended. Doubtlessly, sending beings of this level down consumed a lot of resources. The saints were grinding their teeth. There were more than 10 visualization realm experts in each bloody light, and there was a creature within it. The heaven and earth shook violently after they appeared. The dense saint blood protected them and brought them safely to the Earth's surface. Then, they entered their respective battleships and began suppressing Mount Jijin. At this time, the domain of Mount Jijin was silent because no one was attacking. At this time, Chu Feng's face was pale. He hadn't recovered from his serious injuries, and there were many waves of energy in his body that were difficult to expel. His bones were exposed in many places. He was almost crippled. There were over 100 sword wounds, and he was in a miserable state. This was a setback he had never experienced before. However, he could endure to this point without dying and even kill so many enemies. It was enough for him to be proud. A visualization realm entity has descended. Someone learned of the situation and was incomparably shaken. At this time, Chu Feng's communicator rang. Because the domain was temporarily silent, it could be connected here. He glanced at it dispiritedly and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. After connecting, his eyes immediately went wide. It was the demoness of Mount Longhu, or perhaps she could be called a goddess. Not long ago, you came to Mount Longhu and caused a ruckus. Why didn't you see me before leaving? After hearing this, Chu Feng cursed. That woman was at Mount Longhu? She didn't even come out when there was such a big commotion, and she was blaming him? I was taking a nap in the hall and didn't go out. After hearing these words, Chu Feng almost burst into tears. How big of a heart and how thick of a nerve did she have to be? At this time, the demoness tone turned cold. Those outer realm people are too arrogant. Do they really think there's no one on this planet? They can kill and fight as they wish. Have they asked for my permission? Afterwards, she said calmly, yes, you can be considered to have passed the test since you were able to endure for so long. Come to Mount Longhu now. Swoosh! The next moment, Chu Feng disappeared from his place. He drove the dilapidated, multicolored battleship through space and headed toward Mount Longhu. At the same time, some divine sons and saintesses were crossing over from the star passages behind the famed mountains. Chu Feng arrived at Mount Longhu. After a long time, the group of battleships finally appeared again. Apparently, they had also reorganized for a while. More than 10 visualization realm experts had arrived. Start a massacre and bathe this place in blood, a visualization realm expert said coldly. Hee hee. Laughter like silver bells rang out and resounded throughout Mount Longhu, but it was a bit cold. The mysterious woman appeared and walked out of the bronze palace halfway up the mountain. She looked up at the sky. Bang! She swung her palm over, and a visualization realm expert and a large number of followers in the main battleship exploded with a loud bang. Like swatting a fly, her sparkling white palm enlarged and smashed a battleship into pieces with a single slap. Who is it? How is this possible? The others cried out in fright. Chapter 465. The mysterious woman was dressed in the latest style of dress, revealing her delicate, snow-white shoulders. Her girdle accentuated her impressive curves. She slapped one after another with terrifying energy. Her palms split the void and smashed 150 battleships into pieces. It was a dazzling and beautiful scene. What kind of strength was this? Just a wave of her slender, lily-white hands could shatter battleships capable of traversing the starry skies. Just how much power did that snow-white palm possess? She was slender and elegant. Her skirt reached her thighs, and one side was deliberately cut off to form an asymmetrical beauty. It revealed a pair of straight, snow-white legs. She was wearing a pair of crystal-high heels, which made her tall and flawless figure even more graceful and elegant. Even the legendary nine-headed figure paled in comparison to her. It was precisely such a woman who was dressed fashionably, but the combat strength she displayed shocked everyone who saw this scene. They were almost scared out of their wits. In the distance, there was a group of battleships. The machine race and Shilling clan members inside were dumbstruck. Then, they trembled and felt a chill from the bottom of their hearts. What kind of person had they encountered? Chu Feng was also in a daze. He looked at her fashionable attire and then at her performance. It was simply a mess in the wind. She was originally a classical beauty that had been sealed from ancient times, but now she looked like a fashionable girl. This sister wasn't bragging. She actually had great magical powers. Chu Feng had always felt that he had been tricked in the past. This outrageously beautiful woman was too good at deceiving people and had even deceived him. But now he felt dizzy. Huff! The woman blew out a breath of air. She was a bit slow and lazy as she said, I've finally vented a bit of my resentment. How dare these beetles stir up trouble? Back then, my family had dismantled and studied the battleships of machine ray saints. They weren't much. As soon as these words were spoken, the pupils of the machine race members in the distant battleships shrank. They were petrified and felt increasingly uneasy. They felt that they had encountered an incomparably terrifying existence. Chu Feng curled his lips. He knew very well that even though this sister possessed great magical powers, she still loved to brag. Moreover, she was the kind of person who would make you dizzy and believe her to be true. Last time, he was deeply poisoned. At that time, he was simply shocked and wanted to follow behind her. The mysterious woman combed her sparkling hair, and a faint smile appeared on her almost unreal beautiful face. It was somewhat cold as she looked at the fleet of warships in front of her. Shilling clan, I don't want to say much to you. I'll slap you all to death. After saying this, she immediately attacked. Her jade-like hand reached out again and slapped into the distance. Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosions occurred, and another 80 battleships exploded. The energy fluctuations were terrifying, like the undulations of a vast ocean. In the end, the blazing energy was absorbed by Mount Longhu. The spirits of the machine race trembled. Just because there were Shilin clansmen on those warships, their warships were destroyed in an instant. It wasn't that they didn't want to escape, but that they really couldn't move. This part of the sky was like a swamp, and all the warships were stuck here, unable to move at all. Sister Goddess is indeed an immortal phoenix. Chu Feng swallowed a mouthful of saliva as he praised her. His mouth and tongue were indeed dry from looking at her. The machine army chasing him couldn't withstand a single blow from this woman. There was no need to doubt the mysterious woman's beauty. When she first appeared, she immediately caused that high-class restaurant in Shuntian to fall silent. She was simply too outstanding and attracted everyone's attention. Even the great demons, the Manchurian tiger and the black yak, were shameless and wanted to pursue her. Even with Chu Feng's mental fortitude, his eyes were somewhat dazed when they first met. According to the evaluation of the black yak and the others, this woman was an evildoer that could only be seen once in many generations. Of course, when they finally learned of her identity, both the black yak and the Manchurian tiger were so frightened that they almost turned around and ran. They no longer dared to evaluate her appearance. Such a peerless beauty actually possessed strength that could shock the world and was unfathomable. Her Highness is actually still alive. The peerless demonic immortal from back then is still as graceful as ever. The 100 transformations St. Yuan Changkong said from outer space. Even a small character like you dares to display saintly might in front of me. The affairs of the world are truly fickle and somewhat laughable. I remember you were trembling on the side when I slapped the deputy commander of the Heavenly Knights to death. If I hadn't gone to chase after the commander of the Heavenly Knights, all of you would have been dead. The mysterious woman sneered. She was fairly impolite as she directly exposed this old matter. No one knew whether it was true or not. Not to mention Chu Feng, even the Origin Beast platform was about to explode. A saint had once trembled in front of this woman. Just what was her background? Heavens, which immortal sister is this? Her arrogance soars to the heavens. It's simply frightening. At the same time, many people were dissatisfied and rioting. That was because this mysterious woman's appearance had only been caught in a hurry and they hadn't seen her clearly. They only felt that she was incomparably stunning and then covered up. This was her own method. They couldn't capture her silhouette, but they could hear her voice. At the same time, the people behind the Origin Beast platform were also alarmed. They became absent-minded for a moment and then warned the people below that even if they could capture her appearance, they couldn't release it. The peerless demonic immortal from back then, is she really still alive? Back then, didn't you die in battle? One of the owners of the Origin Beast platform said in a trembling voice. His heart was fluctuating up and down, and he couldn't calm down. As for the people on the Origin Beast platform, everyone was already fanatical. They all asked about her background in order to get to the bottom of things. Who is this sister? She seems to have a great background and is called the Peerless Demonic Immortal. Is she from the demonic race? She's not from the demonic race. I think I've heard of her before. There was an extremely famous woman in ancient times. Her name had the word demonic in it, but she was actually human. Peerless Demonic Immortal. I remember now. I think I mentioned this name in the personal notes of a certain deceased saint. She was the princess of the Supreme Progressive Dynasty on the planet ranked 11th. She was human, but her name had the word demonic in it. She was too resplendent and once illuminated the entire sea of stars. She was called the Peerless Demonic Immortal. It had to be said that it was difficult for history to conceal the truth. Some of the old matters of the past couldn't be known in detail, but bits and pieces could still be captured. In just a moment, the mysterious woman's background had been revealed. Your Highness must be joking. That Lord in the starry sky will definitely be very happy that you're still alive, said Yuan Changkong. I didn't care about trash like you back then, and I can't be bothered to pay attention to you now, said Princess Yao coldly. Chu Feng sighed inwardly. This sister was truly domineering. She berated a saint in front of his face and played it down with a disdainful expression. It seemed like she really was an extraordinary character back then. "Princess, I've already become a saint now, but you've wasted your time," said Yuan Chunkong indifferently. "Not to mention becoming a saint, even a heaven illuminator like you had to kneel at my feet back then. How dare you be so insolent now? Even a master of that person you followed back then was defeated by me. In this starry sky, in that era, who would dare not accept me?" Although Princess Yao was peerless and devastatingly beautiful, she was boundlessly domineering. As soon as these words were spoken, the Origin Beast platform was shaken. Everyone was stunned, and great waves surged in their hearts. There are still some Shilin clansmen alive? Go to hell. On Mount Longhu, Princess Yao glanced back and gazed into the distance. Once again, she clapped her hands. Amidst the rumbling sound, a large group of airships shattered and turned into energy radiance. The machine race colluded with the Shilin clan to descend here. Do they think they're rulers? They think they can kill whoever they want and do whatever they want. Go to hell too. At this time, Princess Yao opened her mouth and blew out a breath of air. A snow-white mist surged forth like thunder. In the end, the airship fleet that filled the sky exploded and turned into fine powder. Chu Feng's eyes were wide open. This sister really wasn't bragging. With just this move, she was probably unrivaled under the heavens unless a saint descended. "Sister, you're truly peerless and peerless." Chu Feng gasped in admiration and flattered her in a very appropriate manner. "This is nothing. Back then, I was known to be unrivaled under the heavens in a battle of the same level." Princess Yao wasn't the least bit modest as she spoke thus. Everyone on the Origin Beast platform was dumbfounded. This princess was indeed powerful and terrifying, domineering and stunning. But wasn't her boasting a bit too much? Not long ago, a native, Chu Feng, had also said such words. Many people had ridiculed him, but now a goddess from the same planet had also said the same thing. It really made people speechless. I'm afraid not. Back then, there were still a few people who could compete with you. For instance, that fiancé of yours. Apparently, Yuan Shenkong was deliberately provoking Princess Yao. Princess Yao only laughed coldly and said, "I've long since regarded him as a dead man. Moreover, why didn't those who dared to compete with me jump out back then? You're a group of frogs in the cosmic pond." This was simply mockery. Chu Feng was momentarily speechless. This sister was indeed peerless in beauty, but such soaring self-confidence would likely cause a large group of people to be implicated unjustly. He felt resentful. A princess whose orthodoxy has been destroyed dares to boast shamelessly. No matter what you say, you're powerless to defy the heavens. This is no longer your era. The ancient Saint Jun Tua finally spoke. Apparently, he had experienced that era and knew of Princess Yao's former elegance. And I was wondering who it was. Starcore Tortoise, you've really lived for a long time, but your strength is still so mediocre. Back then, you were hunted down by my housekeeper like a stray dog. You lived in constant fear and only narrowly escaped death. Now, you've come to shake your head in front of me. Back then, the old housekeeper brought back a piece of Starcore tortoise meat. To be honest, the taste wasn't all that great. It should be yours, right? Every time Princess Yao opened her mouth, she would inevitably reveal an old matter. It really stabbed into the depths of some people's hearts. The ancient Saint Jun Tua let out a furious roar and slapped down with his palm. He wanted nothing more than to beat her to death. However, at this time, the Earth's domains counterattacked and terrifying runes surged. After the saint truly attacked, it triggered the counterattack of the killing field personally laid down by the Sage Master. In the end, Jun Tua let out a muffled groan. Princess Yao smiled faintly and said, "It's been so many years since the domain laid down by the Sage Master uncle back then, yet you can't do anything about it. You've even suffered a heavy blow. As expected, it's difficult for experts to emerge from the Starcore tortoise race." This was undisguised mockery. On the Origin Beast platform, there was an uproar. Everyone was sure that this princess had a glorious past that ordinary people couldn't imagine. She regarded saints as ordinary. "You'll pay the price." Jun Tuo said coldly. I think you'll pay the price immediately. Princess Yao laughed coldly. Then, she used the machine race's photon computer to directly log into the Origin Beast platform. She was about to take action. Then, someone on the Origin Beast platform saw an extremely ancient account. A person called Yao Yao becomes immortal had entered. Oh, little Linny really did save it for me. Back then, the Origin Beast platform was only a small-scale battle platform for a few people. Who would have thought that it would develop so quickly and its influence would be so great? Little Linny, you're quite considerate to still save this account for me, she said to herself. However, a certain owner behind the Origin Beast platform was disappointed and frustrated. He said, I'm already old, and you're still so young. But are you still you? At this point, Lin Chi said in an incomparably gloomy voice, I know you've already died in battle. What's left is only a strand of obsession. In the past, you were so stunning. You had many followers, and everyone was sincerely convinced. In the final battle, you passed away. What's left is only a tyrannical and battle intent. The owner of the Origin Beast platform, Lin Chi, had long since become a saint. Moreover, he was a saint with the most terrifying strength. However, at this moment, glistening teardrops appeared in his eyes as he said, I'll never see you in clothes whiter than snow again. Intelligent and stunning, peerless in talent. At this point, tears rolled down from the saint's eyes as he said, the rumors are true. A piece of longevity gold preserved your corpse and left behind a strand of hope. Now, it's your tyrannical obsession that walks the world. Chapter 466. Princess Yao logged onto the Origin Beast platform and immediately activated the challenge mode. Moreover, her authority was extremely high. The words she sent out carried a glaring golden light that could be seen by the entire platform. Jun Tuo, I'll see you at Life and Death Platform number 1. Golden runes appeared and blossomed on everyone's photon computers. Then, they were displayed in a three-dimensional form with an indescribable aura. After a short period of silence, the Origin Beast platform erupted like a volcano. It was as if a vast sea had burst its dike. Many people cried out. Life and Death Platform number 1, which had been silent for many years, had actually reappeared and was open to the outside world. There was going to be a world-renowned battle. One had to know that it had been covered in dust for countless years. Once it was used, it would either be a battle between saints or a struggle for supremacy among the universe's proud sons of heaven. It would cause a great earthquake. Every battle would attract worldwide attention and cause the starry skies to tremble. This woman called Yao Yao becomes immortal had actually opened Life and Death Platform number 1 as soon as she logged in to fight Jun Tuo. Outside of Earth, Jun Tuo's expression darkened. Primal chaos surged within the chariot. One could see that his heart wasn't calm at all. He was somewhat angry and even more apprehensive. The Origin Beast platform was very special. It could resonate with people's spirits and was no different from actual combat. I'm an ancient saint. How can I mess around with you? You're not qualified to fight me. Jun Tuo said coldly. That was because he saw that Life and Death Platform number 1 had restrictions. There were terrifying flying runes carved on it, similar to the equality of all life domain. It allowed the combatants to be on the same level. How could he tie his hands and feet to fight this woman? Even though he was an ancient saint, he wasn't confident because this woman was too dazzling back then. Not qualified? Are you kidding me? Princess Yao laughed coldly. Her hair flew in the wind as she looked disdainfully at the saint. I'm peerless under the starry skies in a battle of the same level. Killing you is as easy as killing a chicken. Such ostentatious words immediately caused an uproar on the Origin Beast platform. Many people cried out after hearing this and shouted for the showdown to meet on Life and Death Platform number 1. If you're not a saint, you're still an ant in the end. I don't care. Jun Tuo's expression was dark and his voice was cold. He wouldn't enter the arena no matter what. Back when this woman had risen, there were saints who had suppressed their cultivation to exchange pointers with her. In the end, They were defeated and had nothing to say. It was reported that there were saints who didn't believe it and fought with her in secret. Jun Tuo was a person of that era, so how could he possibly find trouble for himself? It didn't matter if he won, but if he lost, what face would he have left to stand in this world? In the past, he did not understand. Even if a sage suppressed his cultivation, he should not be defeated, unless this woman had already comprehended the saint-level domain a long time ago, comprehended it enough, and could step into the world of the saint level at any time, but had never taken that step. This was Jun Tuo's previous conjecture. If this was the case, then he was even more afraid to fight against this Princess Yao. In short, this woman was too powerful. She might be extremely strange. She wasn't a saint, yet she possessed the power to slaughter saints. Timid. That's in line with your StarCore Turtle Race's character. Yao Yao becomes immortal played it down, but to everyone who heard it, it was like a clap of thunder. This was looking down on saints, not putting them in his eyes at all. At this moment, Yao Yao becomes immortal was wearing a golden mask. Her true appearance couldn't be seen, but the confidence and aggressiveness between her brows could still be felt. I am invincible under the starry sky. This wasn't the first time Yao Yao becomes immortal said she was unrivaled under the starry skies. Not too long ago, there were people who doubted her, but now seeing her soaring attitude and Jun Tuo avoiding battle, everyone realized that there was a certain degree of credibility to what she said. At this moment, it wasn't just the Origin Beast platform that was in an uproar. Many places in the starry skies were undulating up and down, unable to calm down. Some saints came out one after another. There were ancient existences who had lived for endless years, and there were also new saints. It's really her. A creature who had survived from the ancient times had a complex expression on his face. He was deeply moved because he had experienced that era and was suppressed by Yao Yao becomes immortal to the point where he couldn't lift his head even though he was now a saint. There was even a saintess whose pupils contracted. She was convinced that the one she saw was Princess Yao and not an impostor. Her heart palpitated. Back then, she wasn't a saint. After the war with the earth, she and a group of top-notch divine sons and saintesses went to hunt Yao Yao, becomes immortal. In the end, the battle was too miserable. Apart from her and a few others, everyone else was killed. Back then, Princess Yao's snow-white robes fluttered in the wind. She was peerless in style. With a wave of her hand, divine sons and saintesses shed blood and saintesses perished. She was like an immortal demon. Even though many years had passed, and this woman had long since become a saint, she still couldn't help but feel her heart tremble every time she dreamed of those old matters. It was like a nightmare, and she still felt a chill from the bottom of her heart. Why haven't you completely died? Why are you still alive? Even if it's an obsession, it should dissipate. Even though she was a saint, she still felt uneasy. She was afraid that one day Princess Yao would really defy the heavens and return. Yao Yao becomes immortal's laughter was somewhat cold and disrespectful. Jun Tuo, since you're afraid, I'll allow you to find helpers. Is 3 enough? If it's not enough, then I'll invite 9. If you're still timid, then I have nothing to say. This was like immortal thunder from the 9 heavens exploding on the Origin Beast platform. It shook the starry skies, and everyone couldn't sit still. Everyone felt their mouths go dry and their souls tremble. She had invited 9 saints, including Jun Tuo himself. That made 10 saints. Was this woman crazy? Who dared to do this? Who could do this? She wasn't a saint, yet she wanted to kill one. Moreover, it was 1 against 10. This was too crazy. Do you dare? Yao Yao becomes immortal asked again. At this moment, everyone could feel her confidence. She was in high spirits under the golden mask, as well as that kind of domineering spirit that could swallow the starry skies. It was shocking. The Origin Beast platform was silent. Outside of Earth, Jun Tuo felt a stifling fire in his chest. He said angrily, I told you, I'm a saint. I don't care. Princess Yao was laughing. In Jun Tuo's ears, it was undoubtedly a taunt. Yao Yao becomes immortal was wearing a golden mask. Her hair was as bright as silk, and her figure was tall and perfect. At this moment, she was using an immortal gold chain to bind her left arm. Everyone was dumbfounded. What was she doing? I'll fight 10 of you with one hand. Her voice was very pleasant to listen to, but in people's ears, it was like a river of stars bursting through a dam. It was too impactful. On the Origin Beast platform, raging waves were beating against the shore. At this moment, the Sword Saint appeared again. He actually opened his mouth and said, "In all fairness, if Senior Juntao really dares to come to the #1 battle platform, he'll die without a doubt. He's far from being Yao Yao becomes a mortal's match." A saint had opened his mouth and actually said this. In a split second, countless people began to shout. It was like toppling the mountains and overturning the seas. There was a boiling cauldron of voices and chaos. Juntuo's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. A saint was tearing down his stage. This was more convincing than anything else. He felt his lungs were about to explode. "Sir, Princess Yao has reappeared. She might still be alive." In a resplendent starry sky, a famous character was driving a void-piercing shuttle. He appeared in a tranquil area. This was the Outer Realms. It wasn't on a vital planet, but in the boundless cosmos. The stars in the heavens twinkled and shone eternally. A young man sat cross-legged in silence. He breathed in and out the splendor of the sun, moon, and stars. He was connected to the heavens. Groups of stars flickered as he breathed, and the stars seemed to tremble. He was comprehending the heaven illuminators. His eyes were closed, and he didn't open them. He only spat out 2 words, "Yao Yao." In a split second, the primal chaos submerged this place. He became increasingly indistinct and hazy. The stars in the heavens shone and resonated with him. When he said Yao Yao's name, his voice was powerful and his willpower was firm. He was different from the owner of the Origin Beast platform, Lin Chi. At that time, glistening teardrops appeared on Lin Chi's face. He knew he would never see that woman in clothes whiter than snow again. His mood was downcast as he called out softly, "Sir, she was once engaged to you. I know." On the Origin Beast platform, people were alarmed and jumpy because they saw traces of a few saints appear on the platform one after another. They were so shocked that many people were petrified. People knew that the saints had come because of Yao Yao becomes immortal. They wanted to see with their own eyes whether it was really her. At this time, Yao Yao becomes immortal didn't pay attention to Juntao. Even though he had spoken, she already disdained to pay attention to him. This made Juntuo's entire face turn red, and his killing intent was revealed. But what could he do? He could only be angry in secret. Could it be that he really had to go to the Origin Beast platform and make a move? He didn't dare do that. Juntao said he disdained to fight, but in the end, Yao Yao becomes immortal used her actions to disdain and ignore him. "Greetings, Master's wife." At this time, a young man appeared on the #1 life and death battle platform. He was very handsome and scholarly. He was refined and courteous as he paid his respects to Yao Yao becomes immortal. "Ah!" Many people cried out in surprise. There was one more person on the platform, and he actually called Yao Yao becomes immortal. It was too shocking. "I'm not married, yet you dare to defame and profane me?" Yao Yao becomes immortal smile was cold, and she immediately attacked. No one saw how she moved, but the handsome man was already sent flying and crashed into the starry stone pillar at the edge of the battle platform. "He's quasi-sage Zhao Heng," someone cried out in surprise after recognizing the man's identity. At the same time, people were shocked to find that there was a clear high-heeled shoe mark on Zhao Heng's face. The left side of his face was bruised. A quasi-sage actually couldn't dodge and was directly sent flying. This made many people's scalps explode, especially after knowing his identity. Many people were even more scared. Quasi-sage Zhao Heng is one of the disciples of the man who's about to become a heaven illuminator. Yes, Zhao Heng's face was red and his body was somewhat stiff. He stood up straight and calmed down in an instant. He looked at Yao Yao becomes immortal and said, "Princess, ah, there's anger in your eyes, and resentment in your heart. You actually want to fight me, right? I'll satisfy you, Princess Yao said as she took a step forward. Quasi-Sage Zhao Heng didn't dare to be careless and quickly attacked. He knew very well how terrifying this woman was. At the same time, he was secretly excited and wanted to use this opportunity to weigh his strength. Then, as soon as they exchanged blows, there was no more then. Yao Yao becomes a mortal's hand filled with white mist. With a flash of sword chi, Quasi-Sage Zhao Heng's head fell to the ground. Then it turned into a rain of light and disappeared. It was too fast. The battle was over in an instant. What a pity. If both sides' spiritual bodies had followed the constellation vine into the origin beast platform, then life and death could really have been decided. Yao Yao becomes immortal was regretful. Everyone had long since been petrified. A quasi-sage, and one of that man's disciples at that, had been beheaded in a single move. This kind of method was too heaven-defying. Then Yao Yao becomes immortal, withdrew, and left. Jun Tuo was furious. In a moment, he had lost all face after being challenged by that woman. In the end, he didn't dare to accept the challenge. There were certainly many people in the starry sky laughing at him. However, it wasn't too late. On Mount Longhu, Princess Yao glanced at Chu Feng and said, "I'll treat you to a meal." At this moment, Chu Feng felt as if great waves had struck the heavens. He also had a photon computer in his hand and had witnessed the whole process. His feelings were hard to describe. Yao Yao becomes immortal was too breathtaking. Yes, this is something I had someone mail from the depths of the starry sky. It can only be received on the star passages and can't be brought into Earth's main space. Princess Yao revealed a smile and brought Chu Feng to the folded space in the depths of Mount Longhu. The Origin Beast platform was broadcasting live, and everyone was paying attention. And outside of Earth, Jun Tuo was also watching intently. Yes, this is a nest of quasi-divine beast eggs that an uncle dug up in the depths of the starry sky not long ago. I'll give it to you. It's a great supplement. Princess Yao revealed a faint smile as she spoke. Chu Feng opened the jade box and immediately discovered 8 silvery white eggs. Rays of light shot towards the heavens. Ah! Jun Tuo instantly cried out. His fury burned the 9 heavens. This was because he recognized that these were star-core turtle eggs. This race had a small population and was on the verge of extinction. There were no pure-blooded descendants left. However, 8 divine eggs had suddenly appeared on Mount Longhu. This shocked him, and then everything before his eyes went black. Even a saint almost fainted. How do you eat these things? Chu Feng wanted to ask whether they should be fried or boiled. However, Yao Yao becomes immortal glanced at the firmament and giggled. There's so many of them. Of course, I throw one, boil one, smash one, fry one. Chu Feng wiped his sweat and immediately felt grief for Jun Tuo's eggs. You're going too far. Outside of Earth, Jun Tuo felt like he was about to explode. Chapter 467. 1, 2, 3, a total of 8 eggs. This is truly a bastard. After Chu Feng said these words, the Origin Beast platform immediately quieted down, following which a wave of laughter broke out. Many people no longer cared about the dignity of saint and were all laughing nonstop. Princess Yao was deeply satisfied with Chu Feng's tacit backstabbing. Her large, watery eyes glanced sideways at the outer realms. Outside of Earth, Jun Tuo was so angry that his entire body was trembling. The stone chariot he was riding was rumbling and swaying with surging chaotic chi. The scene was incomparably terrifying. At this moment, he was so stifled that he almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Evil creature, you people are destroying your own path of survival. Wait for me to flatten this planet and exterminate your 9 generations. Jun Tuo roared. He had completely lost his composure and was extremely hateful. As an ancient saint, he sat high in the firmament and possessed great prestige. Who among the various races dared to provoke him? But now that he was outside of Earth, his lungs were about to explode. He had been provoked again and again, and his dignity as a saint had been trampled upon. He was so furious that white smoke was almost coming out of his mouth and nose. Chu Feng ignored him and said hesitantly, "Do you want to start from the egg of the bastard, or eat from the egg of the bastard?" The 8 quasi-divine beast eggs were flowing with resplendent silver light and contained vigorous vitality. Doubtlessly, these were great supplements. Many people on the Origin Beast platform swallowed their saliva. Quasi-divine beast eggs could only be encountered and not sought. Who would be willing to eat them? They would definitely hatch them and raise them into quasi-divine beasts. Moreover, who would dare eat them? After being discovered by an adult quasi-divine beast, it would not rest until one of them was dead. God, don't eat them. I'm willing to exchange my breathing technique for a divine egg. I'm willing to exchange a golden lotus for a star-core turtle egg. Within moments, the Origin Beast platform was in an uproar. Many people's eyes were burning with passion as they spoke out anonymously, wanting to exchange with Chu Feng. That was because they knew that Chu Feng could also connect to the Origin Beast platform. He had a photon computer in his hands. I'm a master pharmacist. I'm willing to exchange 3 times the amount of treasure medicines of equal value. A group of people spoke out, all wanting to obtain the star-core turtle divine egg. Isn't it just a few eggs of quasi-divine beasts? All the legends in the world are exaggerated. They only contain a vigorous source of vitality and have no effect on high-level evolvers. Yao Yao casually said, if they grow up, for example, the old tortoises that have lived since ancient times will contain a lot more essence. Even though this kind of old tortoise's meat is unpalatable, it's indeed a nourishing holy item. Puff! Juntuo was about to spit out blood. He was obviously scolding the locust while pointing at the mulberry. Wasn't he mocking him? On the Origin Beast platform, the group of people were also speechless. Those who could survive from ancient times until now were certainly saints. Up until now, the Starcore turtle race only had one ancient saint, Juntuo. Without a doubt, many youngsters had an extremely favorable impression of Yao Yao becomes immortal. They were shocked by her. Are these Starcore turtle eggs useless? Chu Feng asked. It's very effective for you. Even though the recovery of the mother planet has led to a sudden increase in all living things, including evolvers. Cultivating here for a year is equivalent to cultivating for 10 or 100 years elsewhere. In the end, there will be some internal consumption of the body and even the spirit. When Princess Yao brought up this topic, she immediately pressed out with her palm. This area became hazy and completely disappeared from the Origin Beast platform, unable to reflect everything on Mount Longhu. In fact, many people knew that so many divine sons and saintesses were like moths flying into a flame. They had set foot on the star passages in succession precisely because they valued this place for rapid evolution. There were divine roots under the ruins of the earth. Sooner or later, they would be able to produce divine fruits. This kind of fortune was unimaginable. The top-ranked planets, such as the top 100, certainly had divine trees. However, after so many years, it had already become customary to divide the fruits they produced. Even the divine sons and saintesses had a fixed quota. In fact, the most important point was that all living things had Tao and rules. The will of the planet suppressed them and didn't allow them to lose balance. Therefore, evolution was a gradual process. However, it was certainly different for a once powerful planet to suddenly recover one day after its decline. In the initial stage, all living things grew wildly, and evolution was also like this. It was difficult to reach the ceiling in a short period of time because the will of the planet wouldn't suppress it. In fact, this didn't conform to the rules of the Great Tao. And this kind of fortune could only be reflected in a very small number of once glorious and powerful planets that were currently in the process of recovering. The mother planet's revival meant its own evolution and wouldn't be suppressed by the Great Tao. Therefore, 1 year of cultivation here was equivalent to 10 or even 100 years elsewhere. Back then, When yellow cattle had just arrived, he had told Chu Feng about the great advantages of cultivating and evolving here. It was enough to make people go crazy. Of course, walking the star passages was a narrow escape from death. Moreover, when entering this planet, one had to pass through the gates of hell. Therefore, even though many people knew about this kind of fortune, they could only watch from afar and shrink back. Yellow cattle spoke in general terms and didn't know the specifics. Now that Yao Yao had mentioned it briefly, Chu Feng immediately understood the inside story. The Earth's will had recovered, and there would be a golden period of cultivation in the short term. He absolutely couldn't miss it. If he really did, then he would regret it for the rest of his life. Your 1 year here is equivalent to 10 years for others. Moreover, your evolution speed exceeds that of the vast majority of people on Earth. That's why you're somewhat lacking. You can make up for it. Princess Yao was laughing. Chu Feng was speechless. He clearly felt that he was full of vigor and vigor. This is related to potential and future achievements. It's enough to make up for your internal friction, said Princess Yao. Many thanks, Sister Goddess. As Chu Feng spoke, he began to have ample food and clothing for himself. He immediately took out an iron pot from his spatial bottle and began to boil the egg. The first time, he only put in one. He wanted to taste it first and see how it was. At this time, Princess Yao waved her hand again, and this place could be sensed by the outside world. When they saw that Chu Feng was really cooking the Starcore turtle egg, many people's eyes stared straight. He really wasn't just joking. Was he going to enjoy a quasi-divine beast egg just like that? Some old men felt bitter and resentful. They really wanted to say, what a waste of natural resources. That's a quasi-divine beast. You're eating it just like that. TSK, this is nothing. It's not like it's a divine beast egg. Aren't quasi-divine beasts supposed to be eaten? Yao Yao becomes immortal expressed her opinion once again. This caused a group of old men to hold back their anger that they wanted to vent. As for Jun Tao, blood was seeping out from the corner of his mouth. This time, he really couldn't hold back his anger. He had mustered a large force to come here and fish. He wanted to wait for the remnants to appear and then kill them. How could he have foreseen that he would lose face and descendants this time? He didn't need to think to know that the so-called remnants wouldn't take the bait. It was simply impossible for them to step into the trap he had prepared on the planet he inhabited. Moreover, they had already launched a fierce retaliation. These 8 Starcore turtle eggs were the embodiment of their revenge. Jun Tuan knew that this time, he had suffered a crushing defeat and was completely reduced to a loser. He would even be mocked by others. How could he not vomit blood? He wanted to enter Earth and kill that woman, but it was simply impossible. He couldn't fight his way in. There was one thing that Jun Tua didn't understand. There were no young, pure-blooded Starcore turtles on his planet. Where did Princess Yao's uncle find these 8 divine eggs? On Mount Longhu, Chu Feng cooked the egg for a long time, but it still wasn't cooked. In the end, he could only throw away the iron pot and use his energy flame to directly cook this quasi-divine beast egg. After a quarter of an hour, the turtle egg cracked and a fragrance filled the air. It was finally cooked through. Princess Yao said carelessly, "Have a taste and see how it tastes. If it's delicious, I also know a nest of Starcore turtle eggs sealed inside a dead star. When the time comes, we can go dig them out." Outside of Earth, Jun Tua finally knew the origins of the 8 divine eggs. They came from an ancient planet he didn't know about. They had been sealed, and now they had been excavated. He was incomparably apprehensive now. Could it be that there was a second nest of Starcore turtle eggs? If that was the case, he braced himself and also wanted to exchange benefits with Princess Yao. Jun Tua wanted to secretly contact Princess Yao. If there really was a nest of divine eggs, then it was fine even if he temporarily lowered his head. On the Origin Beast platform, many old fellows were moved. Yao Yao becomes immortal had grasped Jun Tuo's lifeline. At the same time, there were also famous guests who wanted to contact Yao Yao becomes immortal in exchange for the Starcore turtle eggs. Egg flavor. Apart from the fragrance, I don't feel that it's particularly delicious, said Chu Feng on Mount Longhu. Once these words were spoken, The Origin Beast platform simply clamored to the heavens. The Starcore turtle divine eggs were said to taste like eggs. This was the first time this had happened since the creation of the world. Was this shameful squandering or low-key showing off? The Origin Beast platform was in an uproar. Some old people beat their chests and stamped their feet. They felt that this was a shameful waste. Many young people were envious and jealous. That was a quasi-divine beast egg. They should be praying just to be able to eat a bite, yet they were still picky. Weren't they afraid of being struck by lightning? Outside of Earth, Jun Tuo couldn't hold back in the end. He jumped out of the war chariot and revealed his true body with eyes like lightning. He wasn't tall, but he was very sturdy. His appearance couldn't be seen clearly because it was shrouded in primal chaos. He let out a low roar. Princess Yao nodded and said, "Indeed, that's the taste. If you eat the marinated Starcore turtle eggs as a side dish, the taste will be slightly better." Many people were petrified after hearing this. She had even gained experience from eating it. This immortal demon's sister was too heaven-defying. She must have eaten a lot in the past. On the Origin Beast platform, many people seemed as though they had been injected with phoenix blood. They were in a complete mess of admiration for this unconventional and heaven-defying woman. Many people were close to worshiping her. She had pushed the ancient saints until they were about to go crazy, yet they didn't dare accept her challenge to a life-and-death battle. How breathtaking and domineering. Although Chu Feng said so, he also felt the effects of the medicine immediately. His whole body was overflowing with silver light, and a rich source of qi surged in his flesh. Yao Yao becomes immortal waved her hand and completely made Mount Longhu disappear from the Origin Beast platform. She didn't want others to spy on the following scenes. At the same time, she looked up at the firmament and said, "Everyone leave. What's the point of staying?" In the sky, the 3 saints, the 2 Dao children, the Ninine Sparrow, and the leaders of the machine race and the Shilin clan were all silent. This time they had lost all face. With that, Yao Yao waved her hand, and the area was shrouded in white mist. At the same time, she took out an azure golden umbrella and covered the area. Even saints couldn't spy on them. There's not much time. I'll get to the point. Listen carefully. Yao Yao still had a faint smile on her face, but it made Chu Feng shiver. Even though his body was hot and dry, silver light was boiling, and his life source qi was surging like the sea, he still calmed his heart and listened carefully. The shackled realm is very important, but it's the easiest to be overlooked. Just this sentence made Chu Feng incomparably serious. He didn't dare miss a single word. The world says that breaking 12 shackles is enough to enter the carefree realm. This isn't wrong, but if you want to become an unrivaled expert, step on your own path, and become truly peerless under the starry skies, then this sentence is wrong. It's a lie, a trap that misleads many people onto the wrong path. Yao Yao's hair was sparkling and translucent, and her bright eyes were moving. She was smiling faintly. Her charm was exceptional. What she said was the conditions needed to become a supreme expert. It could be considered a secret inheritance. Chu Feng consulted and said, "How many shackles are there in the human body?" Some people say 36, some say 49, and some say 50. Yao Yao replied with a smile. She also told him that the classification standards are different, so it naturally appeared different. Some people only looked at the large shackles, while others included the small shackles that they didn't pay attention to. If you want to be unrivaled under the starry skies, you must break through all the shackles. Yao Yao warned. Chu Feng immediately frowned. He had only broken through 12 shackles. Didn't this mean that he still had a long way to go? How many years and months would it take? For us humans, it's very difficult to break all the shackles in our body under normal circumstances. We need to understand where each shackle is and undergo the tempering of time. Now you've caught a good opportunity. The mother planet is recovering, and time can't stop you. 1 year here is equivalent to 10 years elsewhere, or even more. In addition, you only need to baptize yourself with a sacred medicine to break through all the shackles in your body. It's very thorough, and you don't need to do it one by one. Of course, the premise is that you can endure and not die during this process. I can endure, Chu Feng said resolutely. Then he said, Sister, you're talking about the sacred medicine. Is it the peach of immortality and herb huandan on the altar at the pilgrimage grounds? That's right. Go, and take your fortune yourself. Yao Yao nodded. Chu Feng said, I heard that you've gone to the depths of Kunlun alone. You want to enter the home of myriad gods and pluck the fruit of the immortal peach ancestral root to save someone. Why don't you follow me to the pilgrimage grounds to retrieve the immortal peach? The person I want to save is myself. Even if I wait until the great sacred medicine of the ancestral peach root matures, it won't have much effect on me. I need too much. The peach at the pilgrimage grounds wasn't born from the ancestral root, and I don't know how many years those offerings have been there for. Most of the medicine's efficacy has dissipated, and it's useless for me. But it's enough for you. Yao Yao was still smiling when she said that the person she wanted to save was herself. There wasn't any sadness, and she was indifferent to life and death. She had no connection with sorrow and spring. Chu Feng's heart trembled. Save herself? He was startled. In just a split second, he had already made a decision in his heart. He would certainly work hard to save Yao Yao. Even if you use the sacred medicine to baptize yourself, you'll have to break through dozens of shackles in one go in the shortest amount of time. That's why the 8 quasi-divine beast eggs can be put to good use. This race has a long lifespan and is most suitable. It will prevent your body from leaving behind disasters and troubles, said Yao Yao. Chu Feng immediately understood. The so-called 8 divine eggs were actually going to be used here. Chu Feng had a lot of things he wanted to ask Yao Yao about, whether it was cultivation or the past. He wanted to clarify everything. You have your methods, and you have your path. I don't want you to repeat my path. Otherwise, I'd be bored myself, Yao Yao said directly. Chu Feng was startled and said, I've encountered too many enemies now. There are many divine sons and saintesses on the star passages behind the famed mountains, an expert from Penglai and other places. I'm practically the enemy of the whole world. Huh, the enemy of the whole world? Back then, I was unrivaled under the starry skies. Not only was I unrivaled in my generation, but even the so-called old monsters and antiques that had lived for an incomparably long time were suppressed and had no temper. If I hadn't been interrupted, I would have long since become a heaven illuminator. Yao Yao cast a sidelong glance at him with bright red lips. Chu Feng was provoked. He suddenly raised his head and said, I also said it on the Origin Beast platform. I'm unrivaled under the starry skies. Chapter 468. Chu Feng understood that the enemies he had to face and that he could easily lose his life at every turn were necessary in Yao Yao's eyes. If he couldn't endure it, he would die even if he forced himself to step into the starry sky. Yao Yao was fairly calm. She played down the danger Chu Feng had to face and didn't take it seriously. Under such circumstances, Chu Feng had to say he could even if he couldn't. Moreover, he had a firm will. How could he be afraid to advance? He just had to keep going. Yao Yao didn't pass on techniques. She said it directly because she had already reached the extreme of that path, and there was no need for others to repeat it. She only talked about the mistakes in each realm so that Chu Feng would pay attention. Your current breathing technique isn't bad. You don't need to change to another one. Chu Feng was moved. Yao Yao actually knew the breathing technique he had grasped. At the same time, he felt relieved. Yao Yao didn't pass on techniques because she thought his breathing technique was already very good. Chu Feng circulated the breathing technique Yellow Cattle had passed on to him and asked about its origins. Tao induction, Yao Yao informed him solemnly. She appeared somewhat tranquil, and her smile lessened a bit. On the surface, it seems to be the great Tao induction. I've also practiced it. Chu Feng was immediately shocked. This was the first time he had heard the name of this ultimate breathing technique. This Tao induction was one of the reasons why the mother planet suffered a calamity back then, Yao Yao said calmly. But these calm words were like a clap of thunder in Chu Feng's ears. He was stunned. This kind of breathing technique was so important. Chu Feng knew this was an ultimate breathing technique. He had heard yellow cattle mention it before, but he didn't expect it to be so extraordinary. It's only one of the reasons. There are a few other things that really make people's eyes red and attract the greed of powerful enemies. Yaya was very calm. She was neither happy nor worried as she mentioned old matters. Chu Feng's state of mind fluctuated. He couldn't calm down and asked seriously what was going on. There are some things that are harmful to you if you mention them now. If you're not careful, you'll be seen through by the heaven illuminators. She fiercely slapped the mountain. In the blink of an eye, golden mushroom clouds appeared one after another on Mount Longhu. Domains were activated, accompanied by primal chaos. The scene was terrifying and appalling. This was the Taoist capital, and it was indeed terrifying. Primal chaos and the golden mushroom cloud covered this mountainous region and locked down the aura. Only now did Yao Yao speak again. I'm only talking about guidance. Although it's strong, it can't be called the strongest in the world. At most, it's comparable to the ultimate breathing techniques of the top 10 planets, or maybe even slightly weaker. Otherwise, why would we be ranked 11th? Yao Yao's words shook Chu Feng's heart. So it turned out that the breathing technique he had grasped originated from Earth and was ranked 11th? Yao Yao's eyes were bright and spirited. She shot a glance at Chu Feng and asked, "Are you a little disappointed?" According to her, the breathing technique that she and Chu Feng had practiced could barely be classified as an ultimate technique, ranked 11th in the universe. Chu Feng shook his head. He was not disappointed. There were so many races in the universe, and just the powerful races alone numbered in the hundreds of thousands. A breathing technique that could be ranked in the top 10,000 was already considered top-notch, let alone the 11th. The top 10 have been constant since ancient times. They are indeed very strong. Yao Yao had a faint smile on her face. Although she said that, she was still confident. After that, she emphasized that the breathing technique was the foundation and incomparably important. Chu Feng nodded in deep thought. Recently, the more he understood the importance of the breathing technique. As he continued to delve deeper, its various wonderful effects would gradually be unveiled. The breathing technique could evolve the human body and transform the spirit. Later on, it could even develop a forbidden technique. In addition, there were other more profound things. A peerless powerhouse had once said that it was fine even if one didn't cultivate secret techniques if they grasped a top-notch breathing technique. That was because when the breathing technique was cultivated to a certain level, magical powers would emerge and secret techniques would appear on their own. Not to mention the ultimate breathing technique. It was too important. Ranked 11th, barely considered an ultimate breathing technique. I'm already very satisfied. Chu Feng sighed with emotion. If it was only ranked 11th, perhaps it could threaten the unchanging top 10 since ancient times. However, it would be rather difficult to subvert them and take one of the ancient planets. The mother planet wouldn't suffer a destructive attack because of this. Back then, there were creatures ranked in the top 10 who took action. They illuminated the heavens and slaughtered with blood. Yao Yao was very quiet when she said these words. She was no longer in high spirits. Chu Feng knew that her father's generation, her relatives, her close friends, and everyone she knew from that era were all buried in that battle. Even her shockingly talented fiancé had left. An entire era, an entire world was buried. This was an incomparably heavy topic, but Yao Yao was so quiet. Chu Feng didn't know how she was feeling right now, but he really felt sorry for her. He only had to think about this kind of experience. What would he do if it were him? That was an unbearable weight. Yao Yao opened her mouth and said, "It's because there's another reason. There's another reason for this breathing technique." There's another reason? Chu Feng was bewildered. Doubt induction. One of the words induction reveals part of the secret. According to legend, Tao induction, which can barely be ranked as the ultimate breathing technique, is only a primer for a technique. If you want to learn that technique, you must first cultivate Tao induction. Huh. This time, Chu Feng was quite shocked. He was thoroughly shaken, and his face was full of astonishment. There was actually such a secret and such a saying. No wonder people were envious. Even the 10 greats coveted it. As expected, its origins were shocking. The breathing technique behind Tao induction isn't understood. It's too mysterious. We haven't learned it yet. That level is simply unimaginable. This kind of secret shocked Chu Feng quite a bit. His heart couldn't calm down for a long time. This was definitely a gargantuan secret that could startle the resplendent sea of stars. After a while, Chu Feng asked, "Why can't we learn that breathing technique?" Tao induction is also known as robbery induction. There's a saying that one can only steal that unimaginable technique after learning this technique. But after we've cultivated it, we haven't learned the follow-up, so there's no way to steal it. Every word Yao Yao said would set off huge waves. This was a great secret, and it moved Chu Feng. His heart rose and fell like a tide. Chu Feng pondered carefully, and his heart trembled. Tao induction only served a certain breathing technique. One could only learn that technique after learning it. It was truly shocking. Yao Yao said, back then, this planet was breached, and Tao induction was fought over by all sides. In the end, a portion of it was leaked, so the 10 greats and a few experts grasped a portion of it. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng was startled. Yellow cattle came from the outer realms. What he passed on to him was a portion of it. He immediately operated the technique and told Yao Yao the process of obtaining it. After careful observation, Yao Yao said, "This portion of the technique can guarantee you entering the carefree realm." Upon hearing this, Chu Feng immediately thought of the silver box he had obtained in Mount Qinling. Now, it was hidden in Mount Eternal. At that time, it gave him a very strange feeling. He had obtained the silver box precisely because he had operated Tao induction. Yes, that's right. There's a portion of Tao induction hidden there. It couldn't be better for you to obtain it, because I really don't want to interfere too much with your trajectory. You'll have to break through on your own. Chu Feng was delighted, but at the same time, worried. The technique Yellow Cattle had learned wasn't complete. He had to inform him as soon as possible and then impart the technique. You don't have to worry. Mount Eternal is the demon race's supreme secret land. It's a place to cultivate demonic sages, so there should be a breathing technique most suitable for him there. Who would have thought that Mount Eternal would ultimately fall on this planet? Yao Yao smiled and sighed. Apparently, Mount Eternal used to be in the outer realms. According to Yao Yao, it didn't have a fixed location, and it would change its starry sky coordinates every few years. Chu Feng asked Yao Yao how much of the Tao induction had been leaked. There should be a small portion, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't involve the forbidden techniques. Even if you can successfully cultivate a small portion, you won't be able to produce remarkable abilities and reveal your secret techniques. Yao Yao didn't care. That was because, in her heart, the entire Tao induction was only to serve that mysterious piece. Without that technique, the Tao induction wouldn't be as good as the top 10 techniques. Chu Feng gasped in surprise. The top 10 ancient planets' rankings were completely based on their breathing techniques. It was because they had grasped the ultimate technique that others would never be able to shake their position. This more and more reflected the importance of the breathing technique in the process of evolution. At this moment, Chu Feng circulated the thunderous breathing technique and recited the scripture to inform Yao Yao. That was because this was a supreme ultimate technique ranked in the top 10. At most, it'll be perfect until the shackled realm. Yao Yao only needed to hear it once to memorize it and circulate it smoothly. She chuckled and said, "The people of the Buddhist race are so astute. How could they leak a secret that's not passed on to others? This remnant technique is only used to select heaven-warping geniuses. They purposely left some clues for others to find." Chu Feng immediately broke out in a cold sweat. At first, he thought he was very heaven-defying. He had forcibly seized the Buddhist race's ultimate technique from the scripture tube, but now it seemed that it was all planned by others. In the future, once they met, he would be captured in minutes and convert to the Buddhist race if he encountered the golden arhats of the Buddhist race. This won't do. I still have to inform Yellow Cattle. It'll be troublesome if it advances into the carefree realm with two supreme breathing techniques in advance. Chu Feng was worried. That was because Yao Yao told him that only by opening all of the dozens of shackles could one walk the path of invincibility. Otherwise, there would be great hidden dangers. If he wanted to correct it in the future, the price would be boundless. Yao Yao was calm and unhurried. She smiled and said, "You're worrying too much. That secret land is a place to nurture demonic sages. Everything is incomparably meticulous. If he's recognized, the inheritance he receives will certainly be very detailed. There won't be any slip-ups." Soon after, she nodded and said, "Speaking of which, the primordial yak race also escaped from our planet. The wind and clouds scattered during the battle that year, and the ancestors fled." Upon hearing this, Chu Feng asked a few more questions in detail, and she answered them one by one. Yao Yao looked toward the sky and said, "I don't have much time. What else do you want to know?" Chu Feng had too many doubts, but some of them involved taboos. For example, Yao Yao couldn't tell him about the existence of heaven illuminators for fear that something would happen. However, he would find out about these sooner or later. As his evolutionary level increased, he would have to face them in the end. Never underestimate the top 100 planets. Back then, I also encountered a few formidable opponents and experienced life and death battles, Yao Yao warned him. Chu Feng understood that for her to warn him like this, it was enough to prove that there was certainly a bloody battle back then. There must have been a heaven-bestowed character who illuminated the entire starry sky and was once her great enemy. Don't worry too much. I'm invincible after all. I've suppressed them until they can't raise their heads. So what if they're in the top 10? So what if they have a stronger breathing technique? Humans are invincible in and of themselves. Upon hearing what she said, Chu Feng deeply agreed with her. This kind of attitude isn't enough to show your confidence. You need to have the imposing manner of my blossoming flower, killing 100 flowers. Yao Yao's bright eyes were kind as she chuckled and said, "In the face of the Buddhist race's Saint Sun and the ancestral Taoist bloodline, I'll directly say that I'm invincible in the entire starry sky and that you all should come and kneel." Yes, this is what I said to them back then. Chapter 469. This temperament was both innate and acquired. In any case, a woman like Yao Yao was bound to attract attention no matter where she went. Chu Feng had only been in contact for a short while, but he was already deeply moved. She made a group of divine sons and saintesses kneel and look down on the strongest descendants of the 10 greats. How stunning was she back then? Who could subdue her? Who could enter her discerning eyes? Chu Feng could imagine the bright starry skies and the boundless sea of stars in that era. Proud sons of heaven rose up one after another and moved unhindered through the starry domains. But in the end, they were all suppressed by Yao Yao to the point where they couldn't lift their heads. She was peerless and domineering. Presumably, those divine sons had complicated feelings. They wanted to get close to her, but they were too dim. As for those saintesses, they were probably distressed that they were born in the same era as her. Soon after, Chu Feng told her that he had picked up 3 mysterious seeds at the foot of Mount Kunlun. He also explained all kinds of special things about them. He had a lot of questions and wanted to understand them thoroughly through Yao Yao. Oh, there's actually such a seed. It germinates, grows, blossoms, bears seeds, and finally withers. It can even turn into flying swords and precious vases. Interesting. Yao Yao pondered. She bluntly said that she had never come into contact with these 3 seeds before. This surprised Chu Feng. Yao Yao didn't even know about these 3 seeds. I found them in a crack at the foot of Mount Kunlun. There's also a 3-inch tall stone box used as a vessel to store the 3 seeds. Chu Feng explained in detail. Kunlun, this place is naturally not simple. It's an ancestral vein that has existed since ancient times. Back then, before we rose to power and before this planet was ranked 11th, it already existed there. It's very mysterious. Yao Yao nodded thoughtfully. There are also strange seeds in other places in the starry skies. They can blossom and form weapons, but they don't mature so quickly. Oh, Even if you bring them to me now, I won't be able to figure out anything. After all, their level is still very low. But the quality of the mutant soil will increase rapidly after the Earth's recovery. You should continue to plant them and let them evolve. Let's see how far they'll grow. Speaking up to this point, Yao Yao's large eyes shone brilliantly. She let out a slight smile that could topple cities. She bewitched him and said, "In reality, if the mutant soil on Earth can't keep up with that seed's evolution speed, you can completely fight your way out along the star passages. Why should you wait for them to fight their way in? You can also go in the opposite direction, go against the star path, and attack their Taoist soil. I'm sure those evolutionary sects have extraordinary resources and have high-level mutant soil. It's enough for the 3 seeds to evolve." Yao Yao's train of thought could be said to be bold, forceful, and unexpected. It conformed to her elegant demeanor and was her style. Chu Feng agreed. He had also thought about it before, but he was too weak at that time. How could he dare to step into the Star Road? That would be courting death. Now, he was about to go to the pilgrimage grounds and march into the carefree realm. At that time, he might really be able to counterattack with domain methods. You're very talented in the field of domains. Don't disappoint the crystallization of Uncle Sagemaster's blood and sweat. The silver paper you obtained on the moon is of great importance. Amen. You're well-versed in domains. When the time comes to attack those Taoist soil, I'm sure it'll be easy for you. You might even be able to enter without anyone noticing and dig up the mutant soil of the highest level. You'll leave after you're done. Not bad. There's a way. It's feasible. Yao Yao smiled. In that instant, her elegant demeanor dazzled Chu Feng so much that he couldn't even open his eyes. She was beautiful and dazzling. Chu Feng came back to his senses and nodded. I've had this kind of thought before. I can slowly put it into action as my body evolves again. Chu Feng's blood surged as he thought of these possibilities. If those orthodoxies from the starry skies really dared to bully people too much, he could absolutely go against the star path and disintegrate the domains. He could loot their Taoist soil and plant his own seeds. If he really was strong to a certain level, he might even be able to occupy a few mountain gates and subdue a few evolutionary sections. Elder sister, what great medicine do you need? How can I resurrect you? Chu Feng brought up this sensitive issue. He gazed at the woman in front of him and really couldn't see that she was an obsession. She was exceptionally beautiful, exceptionally quick-witted, and seemed to be made of flesh and blood. How could this not be her true body? Thinking of her death in battle back then, it really made one's heart ache. Someone as talented and beautiful as her had actually died so early. If she could live until now, she would certainly be a heaven illuminator. Yao Yao shook her head and said, I need too many things. All of them are the most powerful divine medicines and sacred medicines. They can only be chanced upon and not sought. Some of them are even only recorded. I've never seen the real thing, and they're things of legend. Chu Feng inquired closely. He insisted on gathering them for her and did everything he could to help her resurrect her true body. The fruit with the densest medicinal efficacy from the ancestral immortal peach root, the 9-orifice tribulation flower, the myriad stargrass, and the destiny fruit. The others are difficult to find. If you can find these, then we'll talk. Yao Yao informed him. She still had a very ordinary appearance. She didn't care about her own situation, nor was she happy that Chu Feng wanted to find divine medicines for her. She was very calm. Chu Feng was shocked. It was indeed difficult. But after thinking about it carefully, when a person died, everything would vanish and disappear forever. How could she be resurrected unless she was truly heaven-defying? Normally, it was said that divine medicines could regrow flesh and bones from the dead, but that was just an exaggeration. Once a person died completely, even heaven illuminators couldn't save them. Those who could be resurrected by sacred medicines were certainly hanging on to their last breath. They hadn't died completely and retained the last of their vitality. Yao Yao frankly said that her true body had died completely. She used the legendary immortal gold to preserve a strand of her will. Apart from this, everything else was deathly still. Chu Feng's expression was solemn as he inquired about the characteristics of the divine medicines in detail. The ancestral immortal peach root didn't need to be explained in detail. It was in Kunlun's home of myriad gods and was the only great medicine that was confirmed to exist in the present world. Unfortunately, the earth had only just recovered. If the ancestral root wanted to be completely resurrected and bear the strongest medicinal fruit, it would have to wait. Yao Yao revealed a strange expression when the 9-orifice tribulation flower was mentioned because it had appeared once in her era. Legend had it that this thing appeared by chance in lightning and was difficult to encounter even after countless years had passed. Its flower bud was shaped like a stone man. It was simple and unadorned, but the moment it blossomed in the terrifying lightning, even the lightning lost its luster. It was exceptionally gorgeous and beautiful. Back then, a heaven-bestowed Tao child of the Tao ancestor bloodline had been crippled by Yao Yao. In the end, that person unexpectedly obtained the 9-orifice tribulation flower. Not only was his cultivation restored, but his strength advanced by leaps and bounds and became even more terrifying. Everyone thought that he was destined to become a heaven illuminator in the future. When Chu Feng heard this, he sucked in a breath of cold air. That person's life was really tough, and he also had great luck. What happened after that? Is he now a heaven illuminator? Asked Chu Feng. After that, there wasn't much after that. He was confident that he was unrivaled and came to find me. He was disrespectful to me and vainly wanted me to be his Tao companion. In the end, I crippled him again, said Yao Yao calmly. Chu Feng was dumbstruck. This was completely different from what he had imagined. Such a heaven-bestowed character with a tough life, and was also a Tao child ranked in the top 10. It could be said that he had great luck, but in the end, he was crippled again. Soon after, Chu Feng once again understood the origins of the two great medicines in detail. The myriad star grass didn't grow in the starry skies, but rather grew inside planets. The space it was in was strange, like a sealed cave with millions upon millions of strands of starlight inside. It was extremely odd. It was reported that the myriad star grass could only be born when the remains of stars were piled up and concentrated inside the core of a cave. This thing might not appear for many years. Once it appeared, it would be frantically fought over because it could baptize a person into the myriad star body. When that time came, one would be able to devour the essence of the starry river day and night, achieving unimaginable accomplishments. It hadn't been seen for many eras, but fortunately, a few stalks had appeared in the past. The heavenly mandate fruit was even rarer. Its name implied that it was destined by the heavens and could truly change one's fate. It was also what Yao Yao needed the most. This kind of divine medicine was even more bizarre. Occasionally, there would be one stalk, but it would only grow inside a rock. No matter how great one's divine ability or unparalleled ability was, it would still be difficult to detect it. Back then, there was an old farmer who was making a millstone. He was lucky enough to obtain a fruit that changed his fate after eating it. In the end, he walked on the path of evolution and became a peerless powerhouse of his generation. Chu Feng was quite astonished when he heard this. The last two divine medicines could only be found underground or in rocks. Yao Yao nodded and said, "In reality, isn't the immortal peach ancestral root the same? Back then, it was also dug out from a cave beneath Kunlun and finally transplanted into the ancestral vein." Chu Feng was flabbergasted. Many rare and precious divine medicines and sacred medicines were produced underground. He couldn't help but inquire in detail. Naturally, for example, the liquid produced in rocks can emit dog barks, dragon cries, and phoenix cries. It can strengthen the spirituality of weapons. There are also star cores that can produce rare, origin, magnetic sacred fruits. After eating them, one can transform into an incomparably terrifying origin magnetic sacred physique. This is an extremely terrifying physique. Yao Yao gave examples and listed more than 10 kinds of great medicines produced underground or in rocks in one breath. They were all sacred. Back then, the person who transformed into the origin magnetic sacred physique swept through enemies in all directions and was unrivaled in the sea of stars. His physique was astonishing. In the end, he fought with Yao Yao, and Yao Yao had to expend a lot of energy to suppress him. Chu Feng let out a sigh. It was really a tragedy for a heaven-bestowed character to be born in that era. I'm a domain researcher. In the future, I'll definitely become a great grandmaster or higher. When the time comes, I don't believe I can't pluck divine medicines and sacred fruits produced between the mountains and rivers, underground, and the starry skies. I'll definitely gather them for you. Okay, I don't have much time. At this point, Yao Yao looked up at the sky again. Then, she didn't wait for Chu Feng to ask other questions. She told him that he could bring his family and friends into Mount Longhu and that they would be safe here. As for you, your life and death are up to you. Your path is under your own feet. When Chu Feng heard this, the hidden worry in his heart immediately disappeared. His family and friends could enter Mount Longhu without fear of being threatened. At the same time, his heart trembled. He felt that Yao Yao was saying goodbye. What would happen to her next? Yao Yao saw his worried expression and said, "I'm fine. It's just that I can't protect you anymore." Then she smiled and looked at a spatial bottle. "Yes, you have quite a lot of spoils of war. There are some things I need. Hand them over." Chu Feng was dumbfounded. The spoils of war he had to hand over were actually Saintess Li Lin. He really didn't know what to say. As for Li Lin, she had no idea what was going on. However, she felt that it would be safer to leave Chu Feng and stay by the side of a beautiful, almost illusory woman than by the Demon King's side. "Yes, I'll confiscate this spoil of war. I really need a clever maid by my side. That lynx and magpie really don't know how to take care of people." What else could Chu Feng say? He could only offer it up. He was quite open-minded. When he went to the pilgrimage grounds to evolve, he would suppress a dozen saintesses at that time. In reality, while Chu Feng was pondering randomly, the creatures from the outer realms on the star passages behind the famed mountains were restless. They had heard some news and wanted to come into being. A storm was about to rise in this world. Chapter 470. Without a sound, a vast, majestic, and distant aura penetrated the heavens and pressed down on Mount Longhu. It was as if the firmament was overturning. It was too sudden and incomparably horrifying. Chu Feng was stunned. He suddenly raised his head and looked at the sky. What was going on? He was surprised and astonished. However, Yao Yao was very calm and carefree as she watched the result indifferently. Chu Feng came to a realization. No wonder Yao Yao looked at the outer realms again and said there wasn't much time. She had a premonition that something would happen in the outer realms, following which the strange astronomical phenomenon shocked the world. In a split second, people from all over the world raised their heads and looked at the sky with faces full of astonishment. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. They simply couldn't believe what they were seeing and stood rooted to the ground like clay sculptures. One after another, great stars appeared and rolled about. They were boundlessly huge and reflected in the outer realms. They seemed to be within reach because they were really too big. One had to know that it was daytime and the sky was clear for tens of thousands of li. In the end, a sky full of stars appeared in an instant. Moreover, it was so majestic and many times more magnificent than usual. The bright heaven and earth and the stars were arranged in a formation. This kind of scene had never been seen before and made people wonder if it was a dream. Even the sun was no longer eye-catching and the only one. Many stars surpassed it and rumbled as they rotated across the sky. This was a terrifying astronomical phenomenon that had never been seen before. Mount Longhu felt it the most clearly. A heaven illuminator, Chu Feng said bitterly. He finally knew what was coming. A supreme expert, a creature of the highest level of evolution, had appeared. Was it going to descend? It's no big deal. It's just a lousy decree, Yao Yao said indifferently. A golden decree appeared in the firmament and slowly descended from the outer realms toward Mount Longhu. This kind of pressure couldn't be felt anywhere else. But here, it was as if the vast sea was rising and falling like a river of stars. It was too terrifying. The The stars in the sky slowly rotated as if they wanted to suppress Mount Longhu together. The whole world was watching. Countless great stars appeared in the outer realms. They were so huge that they were even more eye-catching than the sun in the sky. At the same time, many people noticed that a golden decree had descended to suppress Mount Longhu. In the outside world, no one dared to say anything. It was absolutely silent. This was a type of palpitation that came from the soul. It felt as if they were facing the heavens, and they were faintly trembling. For other places, even without the suppression, people still felt this way, let alone Mount Longhu. Saint Lynn's scalp went numb. She couldn't help but want to kneel down. This was a reverence that rose from the depths of her heart, and an instinctive reaction from her body that she couldn't control. It's just a decree. Why are you kneeling for it? Yao Yao shot a glance at her and released a white mist from herself. In a flash, it enveloped her and Chu Feng, as well as a lynx and a magpie not far away to protect them. At the same time, she slapped down with a flip of her hand. Mount Longhu immediately erupted with light and emitted the roar of a dragon and a tiger. The most powerful domain, runes, soared up from the ground and blocked the golden decree. This was a domain personally laid down by the Sage Master. Faced with the decree of a heaven illuminator, it immediately appeared and blocked the pressure. Demon sealing Dragon Tiger Mountain. A grand voice sounded from the heavens. Several characters flickered. They were divine characters, the universal language of the cosmos. Moreover, it was the most ancient kind. Nowadays, the divine characters had already been simplified. In various parts of the world, on the star passages behind the famed mountains, the divine sons and saintesses all clenched their fists and heaved a sigh of relief. The news they had received earlier was true. As expected, a supreme expert had taken action. Otherwise, with such a woman around, how would they dare to walk out of the star passages? They would never have the chance to stand out. Especially when the interstellar network covered the Earth, they immediately contacted the depths of the starry skies and even directly logged into the Origin Beast platform to understand the latest situation. At that moment, everyone's hair stood on end. Who had they encountered? The stunning woman who had once suppressed an era and made all the divine sons and saintesses in the resplendent starry skies lower their heads back then. How could they provoke such a person? Now, they had received a secret report that the peerless demon immortal was about to be suppressed and sealed there forever. What was there to be afraid of? The fortune on this planet belonged to them. Every star passage was boiling in an instant. All the creatures from the outer realms were overjoyed and no longer worried or afraid. The native evolvers of Earth were overcast. This matter was too terrifying. Of course, Peng Lai was an exception. They were excited, and their fighting spirits soared as they secretly celebrated. On Mount Longhu, the golden decree illuminated the firmament and descended slowly. It was about to approach the mountain, but in the end, it dimmed continuously by the domain runes. Some corners even began to burn, but in the end, it slowly approached and stopped not far from Yao Yao. Yao Yao has sealed the mountain according to the agreement. There is actually an imprint within this golden formation that emitted fluctuations. One could clearly feel a grand sound. So, you'll have to rely on yourself outside. Yao Yao turned to look at Chu Feng and said, "As long as you're strong enough, you can act according to your will and kill your way through. There's nothing to be afraid of. They're just SOSO and won't dare to do anything." At this point, she pointed to the sky and said, "If they dare to interfere again, they'll pay a great and miserable price. I'll also attack again." She said this in front of the golden decree, ignoring the decree. "Sister, who is he?" Chu Feng asked. Who was the master behind this decree? It was actually a heaven illuminator who had come here to suppress and seal Yao Yao. The master of my former fiancée. Yao Yao informed him without the slightest hesitation. "It's him." Chu Feng was moved. This was truly a major character. He had long ago become a heaven illuminator. His cultivation was unfathomable and boundlessly terrifying. Yes, back then, he also had a dojo on this planet. He immediately retreated before the great battle began. Then the great army from the starry sky marched straight into that area. Yao Yao calmly mentioned the past and said, "We have to thank him for not attacking us back then." The Golden Decree was suppressed by the domain runes. Its corners had already begun to burn and emitted a vast ocean-like fluctuation. It was exceptionally terrifying. Seal the mountain. There were only 2 words, but they were conveying some kind of will. How long-winded? I already know. Thank you for your kind intentions, but I can protect myself. Yao Yao was disgusted. The decree shone and emitted an even more terrifying aura. It was exceptionally terrifying. Yao Yao cast a sidelong glance. With a clang, she took a silver piece of paper from Chu Feng's body and waved it forward, emitting a glaring white light. This silver piece of paper was as sharp as a blade. Moreover, it emitted unfathomable domain runes. With a few swoosh swoosh, the Golden Decree was cut into several pieces and fell to the ground. Saintess Li Lin was flabbergasted and incomparably shocked. She had to face the decree of a heaven illuminator just like that. However, this matter wasn't over yet. Yao Yao walked over and used the silver piece of paper to protect her body. Her feet stepped directly on the burning golden decrees, and she looked down at them. Withdraw. At this moment, even Chu Feng was dumbstruck. This was too powerful. Just who was a heaven illuminator? Yao Yao's face was full of disgust. Her feet left the area, and she waved her hand to make it disperse. The golden decrees rumbled and emitted a ball of glaring light. They wanted to riot, but they were suppressed by the runes on the silver paper. In the end, they turned into a rain of light and dissipated. Back then, I wasn't even afraid of death. Why would I accept your decree? Kneel in peace. Yao Yao curled her lips and strode forward with her slender legs. She stepped over the ashes of the decrees on the ground and didn't look at them again. Saintess Li Lin's scalp had long since gone numb. She was petrified and completely in awe. She was absolutely not wrong to be amazed at the sight of such a person. Even if she was a saintess from a high-ranking planet, it still wasn't enough. Yao Yao looked at Chu Feng and said, "Unfortunately, this world is balanced. Even if I'm fearless, it's still difficult for me to express my heart." Chu Feng was greatly moved and sighed. "Sister, you're so domineering." In the end, it was the result of mutual compromise. "I don't want to mention this person again," said Yao Yao. After that, she mentioned Earth. "It's not that those creatures are benevolent and don't destroy this place. It's that they don't dare. Some of my uncles are still alive. Some are wandering in the desolate borders of the universe. And some are sleeping in bronze coffins, isolated from the world. They're worried that these people will suddenly kill them. In their eyes, those uncles are the source of evil. They're terrorists who can carry out bitter attacks against them. It's impossible to guard against them. You must know that destruction is always easier than construction. They've accumulated for tens of thousands of years and nurtured beautiful spirits. They've occupied planets rich in medicinal herbs, secret gold, and other resources, so they're naturally worried that they'll encounter a calamity." Yao Yao was laughing as she revealed the internal reason. They're just temporarily retreating. They're worried that Uncle Sage Master isn't dead yet. He's a supreme expert whose comprehensive strength is enough to illuminate the heavens. As long as he doesn't die, they'll be worried for their entire lives. To be enemies with someone of this level and still let him escape successfully, no one will be able to eat or sleep in peace. They won't dare to attack again. The Sage Master alone was enough to destroy a vast expanse of vital planets. He would destroy their tens of thousands of years of accumulation in a day and leave them all alone. As the saying goes, the barefooted aren't afraid of those wearing shoes. Yao Yao said again, "So don't think too highly of them. Heaven Illuminators are also humans and Tautais. Back then, their methods were sinister. Back then, a great war suddenly broke out without any signs. Furthermore, before this, they swindled away some powerful characters from the mother planet as well as a portion of their family members. For example, my mother, my elder brother, and Uncle Sagemaster's only bloodline were all in the outer realms before the incident. Heaven Illuminators forced the people of the Mother Planet to fight to the death. They could see through people's hearts and knew that we had people we couldn't let go of. Forget it. Let's not talk about these dark old matters. It was very complicated at that time, and the waters were too deep. Don't think that those aloof beings are really divine. All right, go to the pilgrimage grounds. Yes, you can also send your relatives and old friends to Mount Longhu. Now, each of us will take a step back. If the saints from the outer realms don't make a move, I won't make a move either. It's all up to you. Moreover, I have the heart, but the strength is lacking. I can't stay in this world for long. It's time for a strand of my obsession to sleep and perch in that immortal gold. Chu Feng looked at her and bid farewell for the last time. He didn't know when he would be able to see this stunning woman again. He swore that he would think of a way to save her and let her reappear in the world as soon as possible. She would truly return and look down on the starry skies. I want to go to the pilgrimage grounds. There's a grand altar there where the Sage Master and the forebears once offered sacrifices to the heavens. I want to sketch out a magnificent and unrivaled picture of the carefree realm there. Chu Feng was incomparably resolute. At the same time, the folded spaces in the depths of various famed mountains were already restless and gradually boiling over. Chapter 471. Mount Longhu was enshrouded in clouds and mist. It became hazy and gradually disappeared. Chu Feng glanced back and saw that it was already very peaceful. He took a deep breath and walked away in large strides. On the way, he began to contact the old Lama, the Mastiff King, and the others to invite the great demons of Kunlun to Mount Longhu. This place was the ancestral court of Taoism, a famous mountain in the world and a holy land. Obviously, after he stepped out of Mount Longhu, he was bound to set off a storm. Those who were close to him might be in danger. He never dared to overestimate the character of certain people, such as the Evolvers on Penglai Island. They might cross the bottom line of humanity and target his friends and family. Yao Yao was sealed. Even though she had disdainfully trampled on the Golden Decree, the outside world didn't know and wouldn't see it that way. They only knew that from now on, she was trapped on Mount Longhu. Chu Feng guessed that the outside world was already like raging waves beating against the shore. Presumably, some people couldn't wait any longer and would take action against him, wanting to eliminate him. After all, there was a supreme heaven illuminator taking the lead to suppress Yao Yao and seal her on Mount Longhu. What was there to be afraid of? A heaven illuminator was an undefeated legend. They were supreme and incomparable. They were worshipped by all the heavens, and all the races in the universe had to respect them. No matter how heaven-defying Yao Yao was, could she resist such a character? Obviously not. I really didn't expect that in the depths of the resplendent sea of stars, such a rarely seen authority would come into being and come to subdue that demoness. How delightful! Just as Chu Feng had guessed, some people were so excited that they couldn't sit still. The people of Penglai were joining forces with Fangzhong Island and Yingzhou Island to stop Chu Feng. There were also creatures from the Southern Sea bloodline restless. Reportedly, the Southern Sea Elder Dragon King had finally plucked a dragonification fruit. A heaven illuminator is supreme and divine. Even the peerless demon immortals who were known to be unrivaled in the starry skies back then had to bow their heads. It's shocking. A decree has come into being, and the entire sky is filled with stars. One giant planet after another rumbled and rotated. It's almost suffocating. Even Yao Yao becomes immortal, has to obey this decree. Within the famed mountains on the star paths one after another, there were many people discussing this matter. They were in awe of the power of the supreme experts. They were all filled with reverence and excitement. Unfortunately, they didn't see the scene of Yao Yao cutting open the decree and stepping on it. If they had seen it with their own eyes, they might have had a different expression. It was during these 2 days that so many battleships had soared through the sky and descended upon Earth. The Shilin clan and the machine race had joined forces to hunt down Chu Feng, leading to the upheaval. It was clear that everyone could sense that the world was becoming abnormal because of this, and that changes were taking place once more. The world was reviving. Strange grasses and strange trees were evolving again. Many famous mountains were covered in fruits. Some of the fruits were bright red like gemstones. Some were golden yellow, their fragrance spreading for several li. The evolution of the world also meant that it would be easier for the creatures in the folded space to come out. Some people try to break through one after another. Currently, the risk wasn't that great for carefree realm experts. Even the divine sons and saintesses of the visualization realm were eager to give it a try and were about to take action. On that day, an indescribable aura appeared in the outer realm and stimulated the living beings on every star passage. Some saints are angry. Some secret news was spreading throughout the famed mountains. The quasi-sage 9 Een Sparrow issued a secret decree, requesting his descendant Zhu Wuk to immediately kill Chu Feng after leaving Mount Zhongnan. He wouldn't allow him to live any longer. As expected, the news was confirmed not long ago. The Een Sparrow race's Saint Child, a red-haired youth with eyes like lightning and incomparably callous, was making preparations in the depths of Mount Zhongnan. He was about to cross over. At the same time, on a star passage in the depths of Mount Lu, the 100 Transformations Saint Child Yuan Feng was nodding. His lips were moving as he conversed with a certain existence. Finally, he bowed to the firmament and was also preparing to leave. That was his ancestor, the 100 Transformations Saint Yuan Shinkong's secret order. He told him not to delay and to kill his way out of the star passage to kill Chu Feng. He didn't want to give him time to grow. The 9 Een Sparrow and Yuan Shinkong were both important members of the Heavenly Knights. Back then, they had massacred the women and children of this planet. Not even the old, weak, sick, or disabled were spared. Their hands were stained with blood. Today's achievements were entirely due to stepping on the corpses of the forebears. Yuan Shinkong, in particular, had grasped the 100 Transformations breathing technique and seized the innate talents and essence blood of the forebears. The Heavenly Knights were notorious. They had caused the forebears to experience too many hardships and sufferings. There was a blood feud between them. This time, when they saw Yao Yao, they recalled the events of the past. Their hearts throbbed, and they felt extremely uneasy. Even though Yuan Shinkong had already evolved into a saint, he felt as though he had once knelt at Yao Yao's feet. He felt humiliated and wanted to erase everything related to her. Chu Feng, wait for me. I, Yuan Feng, am coming. In the depths of Mount Lu, his eyes were deep and almost hollow. It was somewhat terrifying. He wanted to avenge his maid, the Swan Fairy Bai Qing, as well as the group of fallen knights. In outer space, Jun Tuo was also secretly issuing orders. He ordered the divine sons and saintesses of the star passages to come into being and kill Chu Feng. Without a doubt, 9 Een Sparrow and Yuan Shinkong were already close to crossing the boundary. Such human intervention would soon cross the red line tacitly agreed upon by all parties. This was because Jun Tuo was seething with anger. He had been challenged and threatened by Yao Yao and had lost all face. Apart from this, some saints came and secretly issued decrees, requesting the divine sons and saintesses of their race to attack and kill Chu Feng. They wanted to eliminate the person Yao Yao wanted to nurture. Kill him. I don't want to see that native rise to power. I don't want to hear news of him again. Let him return to dust. Let him return to earth. This was the order of a saintess. Back then, she had suffered a crushing defeat at Yao Yao's hands. In that battle, the divine sons and saintesses who had besieged Yao Yao were almost all killed. Even now, she still shuddered in her dreams sometimes. On this day, the star passages weren't peaceful. Quasi-saints and saints came one after another from outer space and secretly issued orders for their descendants to find a way to break through the folded space. People like Jun Tuo and Nine Sparrow simply wanted to kill Chu Feng. There were also some Outer Realm experts who wanted their descendants to fight over fortunes. They passed on news that some historical remains on Earth were emitting auspicious chi. They were most likely about to come into being and could be opened. That was because they could see clearly from the Outer Realm. Experts with great attainments in the clairvoyance revealed the truth. Earth was once so dazzling. There were some evolved dynasties that surpassed 5 stars, and the things they left behind were too precious. There were even sacred beast layers and possibly eggs. In addition, there were peerless divine medicines. It was worth it to take away even one of these ancestral roots. It could allow a sect to flourish. Those Outer Realm experts came and left. They didn't stay for long for fear of triggering bad consequences. Doubtlessly, the famed mountains on Earth were becoming increasingly restless. Even the heavenly princes and fairies were restless. More and more people wanted to take action. They wanted to cross over and enter Earth's main space. Chu Feng, wait for your death. This prince is coming. In the depths of the folded space on Mount Lao, the prince of great Qi, Qi Yu, was crossing over. He was a resolute and incomparably decisive person. Once he made a decision, he would act immediately. On this day, some divine sons and princess-level evolvers from the Outer Realm crossed over and set foot in Earth's main space. At this time, Chu Feng was receiving the great demons of Mount Kunlun. Their speed was extremely fast. Even though they were tens of thousands of kilometers away, they were still rapidly approaching Mount Longhu. The Old Lama, the Mastiff King, and the others were fairly straightforward. They came without any hesitation because they trusted Chu Feng. The old Grandmaster of Mount Wudong was also on his way and arrived without a hitch. The great demons of Kunlun arrived separately because gathering together would attract too much attention. Most of them arrived safely except for the Horse King. He was too eye-catching. He was over 3 meters tall and had a shiny bald head. He was extremely distinctive, and his true form was even more eye-catching. He was a Fergana horse. When Chu Feng received the distress signal, the two weren't too far apart. He unfurled his wings and crossed the Jiangxi region at lightning speed. At this time, the Horse King was covered in blood and on the verge of death. He had already transformed into his true form. This isn't bad. Its entire body is pure gold without a single strand of mixed hair. Perhaps it has the bloodline of a Pegasus. If carefully tamed, it might become a pretty good mount and be offered to the Saint Child. Several descenders surrounded the Horse King and commented without the slightest scruple. Chu Feng heaved a sigh of relief in the distance. After carefully sensing his surroundings, he found that this wasn't a dangerous area. The Horse King had only been attacked by accident and wasn't specifically lured here. Now, the Horse King's true form seemed to be cast from pure gold. His hair was glowing with divine light, and he looked indeed extraordinary. You guys are forcing me like this, but I won't submit. I'm willing to die as a mount. The Horse King was unyielding. If you really don't submit, then you can only die. Our Saint Child is fond of collecting mounts. Although you aren't good, you have a certain amount of potential for growth. Come with us. A man clad in black metal armor spoke. Apparently, they were all humans and not creatures of other races. Gentlemen, you are the Saint Child. Who are you? Chu Feng spread his energy wings with a swoosh and flew out from the mountain forest to block the Horse King. Our Saint Child is Qi Yan. Who are you? Do you want to interfere? The man asked indifferently. He's Chu Feng. Someone behind him recognized him and immediately warned him. Even though they had just walked out of the Star Passage, this wasn't the first time they had heard of Chu Feng's name. So much so that 90% of people knew his appearance. Therefore, someone recognized him immediately. Chu Feng, we didn't mean to offend you. This is a misunderstanding. Those people directly admitted defeat and didn't want to clash with him. That was because the matters regarding him in the past 2 days were too astonishing. People at their level were definitely not his match. Bang, bang, bang. Chu Feng struck out with his palm and sent them flying. They all coughed up large mouthfuls of blood and handed them over to the Horse King. Forget it. They don't have the intention to kill me. Let's just let them go. The Horse King looked valiant, but he was soft-hearted at the crucial moment. Let's go. Chu Feng didn't care. The people he had to face were divine sons and saintesses. Presently, he only wanted to hurry to Mount Tai. He escorted the Horse King and set foot in Mount Longhu. Afterwards, Chu Feng quickly left to personally pick up his parents. At present, the old ape of Mount Song was with them. As expected, there was an accident along the way. Fortunately, he had personally gone and received them in secret. The people of Penglai possessed remarkable abilities and were intercepting them along the way. Apparently, the group of great demons of Kunlun had set off from Mount Longhu. The creatures of Penglai and the outer realms had sniffed out the scent and guessed the movements of those related to him. Therefore, they were waiting on some key roads, waiting for the hare to come to them. However, the great demons of Kunlun were very fast. They had already entered Mount Longhu and didn't give them a chance. Chu Feng told the old ape and his parents to set off later and that he would personally come to pick them up. Fortunately, they had taken precautions. Otherwise, the people of Penglai would have succeeded. Boom! The old man in the lead was blasted into pieces in midair by Chu Feng's monastic robe and turned into a rain of blood. Penglai, remember this. Don't rest until you're dead. Trying to kill my parents is even more serious than targeting me. There were 6 or 7 people from Penglai, but they were all blown up by Chu Feng. Not a single one was spared. He sent his parents and the old ape to Mount Longhu and then turned to leave for Mount Tai. That day, at Mount Huangshan, my deity demon slaughtering record has reached small success. Perhaps I can enter Earth's main space in advance. Someone was muttering to himself in the depths of Mount Huangshan's folded space. It was a man with few followers, but their temperaments were all extraordinary. There were no weaklings among them. Very soon, a piece of news spread through the star passages of Mount Huangshan. The divine son, Fu Huang, was about to come into being. This was explosive news. That was because this person's origins were too great. He was related to the top 10 planets. The top 10 had been fixed since ancient times. Who wouldn't revere them? The deity breathing technique could suppress all other techniques in the universe. This was a divine-level breathing technique and ranked in the top 10. It was reported that the deity demon slaughtering record was a variant, and it was based on the deity breathing technique. Its power was boundlessly terrifying. Deity son Fu Huang was definitely a frightening character. He had shaken the various star passages and made everyone fearful. He wanted to leave seclusion and set foot on Earth in advance. With his evolutionary level, it was still too early. He shouldn't be able to pass smoothly, but he actually couldn't wait. That day, there was news that Fu Huang had clearly understood the great secret of a certain historical remains on Earth. The fortune there was about to come into being. There were also people who said that his ancestor had been suppressed by Yao Yao and that he had entered Earth in advance to kill Chu Feng. The sword has shaken the starry skies for 10 years. It's time for me to enter this planet. On the same day, a heavenly princess from the great Su dynasty set foot on Earth and caused a huge commotion. That was because her sect was too terrifying and was also related to the top 10. Chapter 472. Mount Tai was considered by the ancestors to be the origin of the sun and the birthplace of all living things. As early as ancient times, it had already been an important birthplace of Eastern culture. It was recorded in the historical records. The sky is too high to be reached. Erecting a temple on Mount Tai to offer sacrifices to the gods. Since ancient times, the emperors of the past had offered sacrifices here many times. Chu Feng arrived. He approached Mount Tai and gazed at it from afar. Its grandeur was becoming more and more magnificent. Mount Tai was even more majestic than before. The entire world had evolved and the famed mountains had revived. After many transformations, it had grown to a height of several tens of thousands of meters. It was like a slumbering, sacred beast that rested here. It was suffused with a suppressive might and surrounded by clouds and mist, oppressing everyone to the point of suffocation. It was many times larger than before, towering and majestic, like a huge divine city that separated the heavens from the mortal world. Above the mountain was the divine kingdom, and below the mountain was the mortal world. Back then, Chu Feng was still small and weak. He had witnessed the battle between the Hollow Jade Temple Master and the Peacock King and was shocked by it. Now, he had come himself and was going to use the pilgrimage grounds to advance to a higher realm. On the mountain, ancient trees blocked out the sun, and giant vines snaked around. There was a stretch of green pine trees. As the mountain wind blew, the sound of surging waves could be heard, and the pine trees rustled. This mountain was simply too huge. Someone once said that no mountain could be larger than itself, and that there was a reason for it to be larger than itself. After the upheavals, this place was completely different. Its true appearance was gradually revealed. This place wasn't peaceful. There were several dozen-meter-long birds of prey circling about, and vicious beasts the size of small mountains roaming about. From time to time, they would release soul-stirring roars. A loud roar sounded. In the distance, a green elephant was dripping with blood and struggling with everything it had. It was wrapped around by a large black snake and was gradually being devoured. That snake was as thick as a train carriage. At this time, deafening bird cries could be heard, causing one's blood to surge. In the sky, a 200-meter-long blood-colored bird spread its wings and swooped down. Its sharp claws tore apart the giant snake, and its beak pecked towards the green elephant, killing both of them. Then, it soared into the sky and disappeared into the depths of the mountain. In midair, a large amount of blood sprinkled down. Chu Feng's expression froze. The vicious birds and beasts in the folded space had broken free from their shackles and come out. He could move around Mount Tai. Not only were there star paths in the depths of the famed mountains, but there were also many prehistoric beasts trapped in those subdimensions, trying to break free. Now, these famed mountains had simply transformed into primitive lands, recreating the living environment faced by the ancient ancestors. Other than that, there were also some humanoid creatures ascending the mountain. There were native evolvers, as well as beings from the outer realms. They all knew that the pilgrimage grounds contained fortunes, so there were people coming here every day in search of fortunes. On the mountain road, there were bloodstains. There were many battles in this kind of place. Chu Feng ascended the mountain and did not take the main path. Instead, he traversed through the forest. Along the way, even though he was in a remote area, there were many cliff inscriptions. They were all authentic works left behind by famous people in ancient times. There were quite a few ferocious beasts in the forest. Some of them were extremely ferocious and dared to attack him. The mountain was enormous, now shockingly vast. Yes, a lot of domains have recovered. Some areas have become dangerous. Chu Feng frowned. Near the summit, there was a stone staircase with a horizontal board on it. The words Southern Heavenly Gate were written on it. The mist here was very dense, almost as if he had arrived at the divine court. Chu Feng did not walk here. Instead, he took a detour and climbed the cliffs. Finally, he arrived near the Jade Emperor Peak of Mount Tai. This place was incomparably vast and was countless times larger than before. Mist curled up in spirals, and ancient architectural ruins were everywhere. There were many creatures here. There were three-headed hounds, silver pangolins, and other beasts roaming about. There were also humans searching for fortunes. There were mutant fruits and glistening yellow fragrance wafting through the air on the cliffs. Mutant beasts were fighting over the opportunity to evolve. Chu Feng did not want to cause trouble. He wanted to enter the secret realm quietly and did not want to alarm others. That was because it would be troublesome if he was disturbed during the process of ascending the altar. On the mountain, the smell of blood was glaring. Battles had taken place in many places. Not far away, there was an old man in tattered clothes and bloodstains. Even his white hair was stained with blood as he lay beside a large limestone. His lips were chapped and his eyes were dim and lifeless. "Water! Give me some water," young man, save me." He was very weak. His voice was so low that it was almost inaudible and hoarse. There were traces of a beast claw attack on his ribs. His bones were exposed and dripping with blood. It was the same in other parts of his body. There was even a blade stabbed into his chest, dripping with blood. Chu Feng frowned. A fierce battle had taken place on the mountain. He had already seen some corpses on the way here, and there were even more injured people lying on the ground in this area. He walked over. Naturally, he would not ignore the person who was begging for help. "Old man, don't worry. It will get better." Chu Feng squatted down, but immediately after, he suddenly grabbed the blade in the old man's chest and twisted it forcefully, causing the old man to scream miserably. Pooh! In the blink of an eye, Chu Feng pulled out the long blade and swung it forcefully. With a pu sound, the old man's head rolled off, accompanied by a large amount of blood. "You are so ruthless." The old man's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. At the last moment, when his head flew off, he let out a resentful cry. Bang! Then, the head was cut in half by Chu Feng's blade in the air. Even his spirit was destroyed, and it was impossible for him to come back to life. At the same time, some of the heavily injured people who had fallen to the ground all leaped up. From a moment of weakness, they became vigorous like dragons and fierce tigers. Each of their eyes were like golden lamps, and their gazes were terrifying. "You sent me a carefree realm expert to kill. I will kindly accept it," Chu Feng said calmly. At the same time, he was choosing an advantageous position suitable for battle. Just now, he had almost been deceived. His intuition was too astonishing. At the last moment, he felt that something was wrong and immediately attacked. Otherwise, it was very likely that he would have been seriously injured by the old man's attack. There was no need to think too much. These people had some strange secret treasures on them that could conceal their killing intent, and so on. They had ambushed Chu Feng here. The eyes of this group of people were ice cold. Just now, the old man's ambush had been thwarted, which meant that he would certainly not have a good ending. But to die like this in front of everyone still made them furious. A carefree realm expert had been killed just like this. It was truly a bit of an injustice. He had not experienced battle, but he had been beheaded by that Chu Feng. It was infuriating. "Kill him." These people growled and attacked together. They surrounded the area, and in a flash, a large net fell from the sky. It was very sudden and enveloped Chu Feng underneath. It was sparkling and translucent like a field of starlight had appeared. Its aura was absolutely terrifying and horrifying. It was like an inescapable net covering him and imprisoning him within. The large net had a terrifying demonic power. It imprisoned one's spirit and released a spiraling force that could tear one's body apart. As soon as he came into contact with it, Chu Feng's expression changed. This was a secret treasure that surpassed the carefree realm. It should be a weapon used by visualization-level cultivators, and now it was being used against him. The only fortunate thing was that there were no visualization-level cultivators here. It could be assumed that it would be difficult for such people to enter the main space of Earth normally. Bang! Chu Feng did not hesitate and took out the diamond chakram. At this juncture, he did not think of seizing the secret treasure for his own use. For safety's sake, he would destroy it. Once he entered the carefree realm, he would be like a fish in the vast ocean and a bird in the vast sky. At that time, he would have nothing to fear. If he fought with them again, it would be easy to snatch the secret treasure. The diamond chakram glowed and spewed out essence flames of extreme yang, burning the large net falling from the sky. Damn it! Some people were furious. Once the essence flames of extreme yang appeared, even visualization-level evolvers could not bear it. This kind of high-level energy could even burn a golden arhut to death, not to mention visualization-level secret treasures. After all, they were inanimate objects. Pop! The large net, shining with starlight, immediately trembled and emitted a strange sound. The sparkling and translucent net was twisting, and then quite a few were directly broken. Bang! A brass pagoda came crashing down from above with great momentum. It was actually a visualization-level secret treasure. If Chu Feng had not been decisive and had taken out the diamond chakram in advance, he would now be in a very passive and troublesome situation. He had actually used 2 visualization-level secret treasures, one from the front and the other from the back. A terrifying large net had been broken, but there was still a pagoda. Under normal circumstances, if Chu Feng had rushed out of the net, he would have been killed by the brass pagoda. Bang! The essence flames of extreme yang boiled and engulfed the copper pagoda, turning it scarlet red and melting part of it. Ah, how hateful! Some people cried out in anger. Their hearts were bleeding as they hurriedly withdrew the copper pagoda, but it was already broken. The surging essence flames of extreme yang were too strong. Ding-ling-ling. Not far away, someone shook his right hand fiercely. Green ripples flew over one after another. It was a green bell, also a visualization-level secret treasure. At this moment, it was displaying its proper power. Chu Feng immediately felt a splitting headache. The ripples emitted by the bell attacked one's spirit. Even though the controller was only at the carefree realm and not a true visualization-level expert, it was still so terrifying. In the blink of an eye, a wisp of blood seeped out from the corner of Chu Feng's mouth, causing him to stagger. The monastic robe on his body glowed. At this juncture, even if he didn't want to squander it and hoped to use the robe on the edge of a blade and activate it when he ascended the altar, he had no other choice. Bang! Scarlet clouds blossomed and red light overflowed. Chu Feng was covered by the monastic robe, so the uncomfortable feeling was greatly alleviated. He took a deep breath and recalled the diamond chakram that had poured out the essence flames of extreme yang. He swept his cold gaze over these people. People from Penglai, he said coldly. This was because these people's style of doing things was similar to that of Penglai. Moreover, judging from their clothing, they should be people from the extraterrestrial immortal islands. He hadn't expected that they would sense him in advance and come here to stop him. Chu Feng's murderous intent soared to the heavens. He was truly furious. All along, the people of Penglai had been more active than the creatures of the outer realms, chasing him down to kill him. He was a little suspicious. Were there really native evolvers from Penglai? Their actions were outrageous. They were weak to outsiders and didn't show any mercy in suppressing the natives. They were powerful to the extreme. What enmity did he have with Penglai? It was only because the young master of the Chun family had sent a carriage driver to summon him and subdue him, but he hadn't obeyed. He actually dared to do this again and again. Kill! Those people shouted. The 3 visualization-level secret treasures in their hands had all been dug out from the ruins left behind by Penglai in the main space. Now that 2 of them had been directly damaged, they felt distressed and their murderous intent intensified. At this moment, Chu Feng didn't hold back at all. He held the treasured pestle he had seized from Li Lin in his right hand and charged forward. He weaved through the crowd, ready to start a massacre. Ding-ling-ling. The sound of the bell was ear-piercing and surged with green ripples. It wasn't just sound waves, but also contained mysterious spiritual power. It was amplified by the bell and attacked people's souls. Boom! Suddenly, Chu Feng brought out the diamond chakram and abruptly smashed a person into pieces. The snow-white bracelet pierced through his body and flew out. With a clang, it struck the green bell. The person holding the bell let out a loud cry. His hand was covered in blood, and he couldn't hold the bell any longer. He immediately let go. The bell dimmed slightly after being struck by the diamond chakram, and the sound wave stopped. Bang, bang, bang. The treasured pestle in Chu Feng's hand was now glowing and erupting with golden energy. It killed the 3 people around him on the spot, and all of them exploded on the spot. Saint Child Ju Wuk, Prince Chi Yu, Saint Child Yuan Feng, have you arrived? The whole world wants to kill Chu. This is the best opportunity. Why don't you show yourself and suppress and kill him together? Chapter 473. This loud roar made it clear that the people of Penglai had colluded with the saint children and princes of the outer realms to ambush and kill Chu Feng on Mount Tai. They were colluding with each other. Even shouting words like, "Kill Chu under the heavens," was enough to explain their attitude. In order to eliminate Chu Feng, They didn't hesitate to cooperate with the descendants of the Heavenly Knights, Zhu Wuk and Yuanfeng. To the people of this planet, the Heavenly Knights had a blood feud that was absolutely irreconcilable. The forebears had suffered the endless pursuit of the Heavenly Knights, and even the infants weren't let off. Yet Penglai was actually colluding with these people, and both sides could actually share a common hatred for the enemy. Chu Feng's gaze was cold as he stared at the evolvers of Penglai. He had never hated this group of people so much. They truly deserved to be put to death. He spread his wings, and his speed was simply too fast. He was more than 10 times the speed of sound, like a divine bird in human form. His pores were gushing with dazzling radiance, and his energy was boiling. He was about to go on a killing spree. Die! Chu Feng was looking for a head-on collision. He swooped down on an old man, a great expert of the carefree realm. He was as fast as lightning as he swung the treasured pestle in his hand and smashed forward. The old man's gaze was malicious. He was indeed a tough one. He moved his body sideways to avoid the sharp edge and pointed out with a finger. Purple chi surged and a beam of purple light flew out, shooting toward the space between Chu Feng's eyebrows. Eastern Violet Chi Finger. When the Shilin clan was chasing Chu Feng, they had ridiculed him. As a native of Earth, he hadn't even learned the necessary secret technique. It was somewhat laughable. Now the experts of the Penglai clan had used it. They had grasped this kind of wonderful technique. Clang! Chu Feng didn't dodge. A large bell appeared outside his body. The purple light struck the large bell, and the sound was deafening. The bell wall was firm and didn't crack. Moreover, Chu Feng's body changed directions in midair. Under such terrifying speed, his physique immediately distorted as he pounced once again. If it were an ordinary person, such a sudden and violent change of direction at 10 times the speed of sound might cause his body to disintegrate. Boom! In his right hand, the glistening yellow, treasured pestle shone. It was as if an old monk was chanting sutras, supporting it. The Buddhist race's secret treasure surged with powerful energy. This time the old man couldn't dodge. He held a spear in one hand and used it to block the pestle. His other hand was still using the Eastern Violet Chi Finger, trying to pierce through Chu Feng's body. With a dang sound, the spear was smashed apart by the precious pestle, and then it exploded. The elder's right hand that held the spear was covered in dark red blood. It was blasted apart. At the same time, he let out a blood-curdling scream, because the finger he had extended with his left hand was smashed by Chu Feng's fist. It was directly broken, and the so-called purple chi exploded in an instant. Boom! Chu Feng's fist imprint smashed into his body, causing cracks to appear all over his body. Then, he was sent flying backwards. The instant he was about to disintegrate, Chu Feng chased after him again. He brandished the precious pestle and smashed it down with all his might. Puff! That person turned into a bloody mist and died instantly. Chu Feng stomped on the ground and immediately used his domain techniques. He hoped to activate the runes on Mount Tai and kill this group of people. He was astonished but didn't react. Then, he stomped down with all his might, causing the earth and rocks to collapse. Only then did he discover that this area had long since been buried with large amounts of magnetic stones. Kill! In the distance, an old woman sneered as she activated her domain. With a whoosh, the mountaintop seemed to have caught fire. A large expanse of flames soared up, threatening to drown out Chu Feng. This was the power of domains. This group of people had long since made preparations. They had always been worried that Chu Feng would be like a fish in water on the famed mountains. They had laid down arrangements here in advance and buried large amounts of magnetic stones to interfere with him. Additionally, there were some among them who were somewhat proficient in domains. After some arrangements, they hoped to kill Chu Feng in turn, displaying your slight skill before an expert. Chu Feng became vigilant and rose into the air in an instant. At the same time, the monastic robe on his body trembled and surged with red light. It blocked the corrosive flames and isolated the domain runes below. He tossed out magnetic stones continuously in midair. His eyes were cold as he stared at the Peng Lai people, ready to find a way to kill them. Bang, bang, bang. The ground exploded. Following Chu Feng's attack, the magnetic stones glowed. Some sank into the ground while others floated in midair. He was about to change the domains in this area. Suddenly, a sense of danger arose in his heart. He suddenly turned around, his hair standing on end during this process. A scarlet beam of light was too fast. It surpassed 10 times the speed of sound and bombarded him like a bolt of lightning. Were it not for his quick reaction, his entire back would have become a target and exploded. Bang! Chu Feng hurriedly activated the Golden Bell shield and used it to protect his body. A tremendous explosion rang out and energy surged. A scarlet-haired youth crossed the sky and smashed down with his fist, almost piercing through the bell. Chu Feng's body trembled violently as he directly swung the treasured pestle and smashed forward. The scarlet-haired youth's eyes were like lightning. He was untamed and possessed a wild nature. He evaded the glistening yellow pestle in Chu Feng's hand and attacked forward. Chu Feng's left hand formed a fist seal and met the attack head-on. With a bang, a mass of dazzling light erupted between the two and instantly crossed each other. Zhu Wuk, the Yin Sparrow race's saint child from the depths of Mount Zhongnan, had appeared like this. If it were anyone else, he would have succeeded and killed them in one punch. He was too fast. He unfurled his scarlet wings and flew across the sky like a divine bird. However, he maintained his human form with his long hair draped over his shoulders and his eyes cold. It was obvious at a glance that he was a super expert not to be trifled with. The people of Peng Lai were astonished. That was a saint child, a descendant favored by a ruthless character among the heavenly knights, the quasi-sage Yin Sparrow. Unexpectedly, he couldn't kill Chu Feng. As they saw it, the attack just now was perfect. It should have killed Chu Feng and blown him up there. At this time, many people on the Origin Beast platform in the depths of the Sea of Stars cried out in surprise. A Saint Child-level character had attacked in secret, yet he still couldn't kill Chu Feng. People realized that this young man, protected by Yao Yao, becomes immortal, was indeed out of the ordinary. He indeed has some skill. No wonder he dares to oppose my Peng Lai again and again. But today, you will undoubtedly die. Let's see how you defy the heavens under the siege of several saint children and saintesses. A woman in yellow clothes danced in the wind. She could fly and landed on the Peng Lai people's side. Her appearance was out of the ordinary, and she was rather good-looking. The corners of her mouth held a cold smile as she said, "Although my elder brother Chun Sheng is a good-for-nothing, it's not your turn to kill him." She was Chun Sheng's younger sister, an evolver of the carefree realm. Her name was Chun Rong. Chu Feng didn't speak. He couldn't be bothered to pay attention to her. The people of Peng Lai were too arrogant. They always felt that they were the masters of the earth and couldn't tolerate others challenging them. Boom! Suddenly, the world seemed to explode. The sonic boom was too intense and deafening. A special energy factor, white immortal mist, also appeared as a result. Chu Feng's body tensed up once again. It was a supersonic attack. By the time he heard the sound, it was already too late. His body had long since been on guard, and he suddenly turned around to face the great enemy. It was a man in the mist. His eyes were as threatening as the edge of a blade. They carried hatred and flames of fury. He wanted to blast Chu Feng to death and wanted nothing more than to blow him up with one punch. Bang, bang, bang. The two collided in succession, erupting with dazzling light. At the same time, black petals bloomed. That was the manifestation of an energy body that was being utilized by that person. Boom! In the end, they separated and passed each other. Just now, the two had collided no less than 10 times, and it all happened in a split second. Meanwhile, Chu Feng swung the treasured pestle and smashed out terrifying beams of light. That person also had a weapon in his hand. It was a shiny silver mace filled with dense energy factors. It wasn't weaker than the treasured pestle. Just now, he wanted nothing more than to hack Chu Feng to death. "It's you." Chu Feng understood. No wonder the other party was so fierce and wanted his life from the start. His attacks were tyrannical like a violent storm. This was the 100 Transformations Saint Child Yuan Feng who had walked out from the depths of Mount Lu. That day, Chu Feng had killed many people being nurtured as heavenly knights in the depths of Mount Lu. He had also killed Yuan Feng's maid, the Swan Fairy Bai Qing. This enmity naturally couldn't be resolved. Once Yuan Feng had escaped, he would naturally come to kill him. Everyone here revealed astonished expressions. Although they knew Chu Feng wasn't weak, they hadn't expected him to withstand the attacks of two saint children under the effects of the Buddhist race's monastic robe. What are you all waiting for? Let's surround and hunt him down together. Kill Chu under the heavens. Today, we can't allow him to live. Chen Rong, the young lady of Peng Lai's Chun family, spoke. She wanted to unite everyone to kill Chu Feng together. At this moment, a few figures appeared in succession in the vicinity. They stood at different locations on Mount Tai's summit and blocked off all of Chu Feng's escape routes. There were men and women among them. The energy around their bodies was dense and not weaker than Yuan Feng's. Clearly, they were all divine sons and saintesses. Do I have enmity with you? Chu Feng asked coldly. We solemnly obey the saintess' decree to kill you, a woman said coldly and emotionlessly. She was dressed in purple from head to toe and didn't look very old. She was about 20 years old and had a tall stature that surpassed many men. She held a heavy weapon, a large halberd. Moreover, she introduced herself as Li Feng from the Gentle Wind Planet. This saintess' decree is to send you to the afterlife. A man with short hair and a majestic physique announced his name. He was like the Buddhist race's glaring Vajra. His skin was earthy yellow, and he was vigorous and powerful. As a matter of fact, he was a diamond ape and a saint child of his race. Violet Wan, a woman, introduced herself. She seemed to have transformed from a mutant bird, and her aura was extremely powerful. Mountain Splitter, a white-haired man, said coldly with his ghastly white teeth. Chu Feng used his fiery eyes and saw that his true form was a snow-white pangolin. Zhanhe, Bai Ling, another man and woman, spoke one after another. If Zhu Wuk and Yuan Feng were included, there were already 8 saint children and saintesses present. Behind them were their respective groups of followers. The peak of Mount Tai was covered in darkness, and the atmosphere was tense to the extreme. These people had come in accordance with the saint's decree to kill Chu Feng. Outer Realm saints, are you tired of living? Chu Feng raised his head and looked disdainfully at the Outer Realms. He was truly unrestrained as he spoke just like that. Everyone's expression changed. This was an unprecedented madman. Who would dare speak of a saint like that? He actually rebuked them like that. I will slaughter all of you in the future. Chu Feng said. He knew that Jun Ta, Yuan Chenkong, and the Nining Sparrow were behind him. All of a sudden, so many saint children, saintesses, and their followers had come. In addition to the group of experts led by Peng Lai's Chen Rong, this was a fatal blow. The Origin B's platform was in chaos. Chu Feng's rebuke of the saints shocked many evolvers. Normally, even the most flamboyant people wouldn't dare do such a thing. All of them were filled with reverence for the saints. You madman, you dare insult the saints. You must die. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Foolish. Such madness will only hasten your destruction. The saint children and saintesses berated him one after another. Chu Feng was calm and said, What's the big deal? Today, if I kill all of you and wipe out all of you, how would the saints who ordered you to kill me feel? Will their faces hurt? Chu Feng, you're complaining about your slow death. Heh, very good. Let's see if you'll still be so stubborn when you're at our feet today. The young lady of the Peng Lai Chun family, Chen Rong, pressed forward with her people. Zhu Wuk strode forward with his disheveled red hair and a sturdy figure. He revealed a cold smile and said, The so-called peerless demon immortal has been sealed and can't take a step out of Mount Longhu. No one can save you. Useless chickens and pottery dogs. Do I need my sister to kill you all? I'll sweep through all of you. Let's see if the Outer Realm saints' faces will hurt. If you dare reach out and send out your minions, I'll chop them all off. Chu Feng's words caused the Origin Beast platform to fall into a momentary silence. Everyone gasped in surprise at his arrogant words. He actually dared to challenge the Saints like this. If he doesn't die in this battle, the Origin Beast platform will help him register a gold account and invite him to join. Someone within the Origin Beast platform made such a decision. Insolence. On the summit of Mount Tai, a group of people pressed forward to surround and hunt down Chu Feng. Chapter 474. The people on the Origin Beast platform were astonished. The evolvers from different planets were shocked by his words. It had been many years since they had seen such a person. He berated the Saints and declared that he would kill their descendants. He was definitely a madman. As for the people on the peak of Mount Tai, their gazes were blazing with anger. The Saint children and Saintesses from different vital planets wanted to hunt him down, but they were actually being looked down upon like this. None of you can withstand 10 moves from me. Chu Feng spoke once again. The group of Saint children and Saintesses were about to explode after hearing such arrogant words. They were all famous characters. Who dared to look down on them? Before this, they were all characters who could look down on their respective planets. They could single-handedly destroy a group of opponents. Now, they were actually hearing such words when they were hunting one person. Boom! A beam of scarlet light rushed into the sky. That was Zhu Wuk, the Saint Child of the Een Sparrow bloodline. He released a beam of energy in preparation to slaughter Chu Feng. Roar! With a loud roar, the short-haired, glaring Vajrayuan Kuan revealed his true form. He had transformed into a pale golden diamond ape with a terrifying aura that seemed capable of uprooting mountains. Around him, giant rocks floated in the air and towering trees were uprooted. The scene was terrifying. White-haired Lai Shan revealed a cruel smile. An energy body appeared behind him. It was an incomparably large silver pangolin. It was roaring and its teeth were as sharp as swords, bright and awe-inspiring. The Saintess from a gentle wind planet, Li Feng, was tall and straight. She was even taller than a man. She held a large halberd in her hand, and her body was gushing with an intense energy splendor. Her eyes were like golden lanterns. They were extremely sharp, and the surrounding rocks were shattered. Masses of black energy vortexes appeared around the 100 transformations Saint Child Yuan Feng. They possessed a devouring nature and absorbed all the vitality in the vicinity. The vegetation rapidly withered. The energy particles around Zilwan, Zhan He, and Bai Ling boiled like 3 small suns of different colors. They burst forth with intense, killing intent. Come, I'll destroy all of you. You're too weak to be feared. Chu Feng once again spat out arrogant words. He pointed at the crowd and said, "Are you unconvinced? If you don't believe me, then one of you can come and try. I'll bind one arm and destroy you all with one hand." At this moment, not to mention the people at the scene, even the people on the Origin Beast platform felt that he had boasted too much. He was bound to break down and end up in an extremely miserable state. On the peak of Mount Tai, the followers of the Holy Sons and Holy Daughters formed a huge black mass. There were many of them, and they were in an uproar, clamoring to kill their way over. "Allow me." Zhu Wuk waved his hand, telling everyone not to move. When facing such a madman, he felt that it was best to blow off half of his body with a single punch and then trample him under his feet. Let's see how crazy he can be then. In reality, the other divine sons and saintesses also had the same thought. Although they wanted nothing more than to kill Chu Feng immediately, they didn't want him to be so arrogant. They all wanted to ruthlessly frustrate him first, injure his confidence, and fill him with a sense of failure. Who were they? They were the most outstanding descendants of powerful races, and their ancestors had produced quasi-sages and saints. How could they allow a native to be so ostentatious and impudent? As they saw it, it would be a disgrace if they were to attack together and kill him in an instant. Only one of them would go up and slap this madman to death. Only then would they feel at ease. Come, let's finish this quickly. I'll kill you with one finger." Chu Feng raised his chin and looked as if he was the boss of the world. "Remember, I'm Zhu Wuk, the descendant of the heavenly knight Nine Sparrow. Back then, you were the one who killed your ancestor. Today, I'll kill you too. You talk too much nonsense. You're just a little sparrow. I'll just slap you to death. I'll kill you in 3 moves. Get over here and accept your death." Chu Feng shouted loudly with a disdainful expression. Everyone was speechless. "Weren't you the one who was spouting ruthless words?" The kind of conceited attitude made it seem as if he wanted nothing more than to crush a saint with one slap. Boom! Scarlet light gushed out from Zhu Wuk's entire body. Flames surged out from his 7 orifices and pores. His eyes were cold and his scarlet hair danced in the wind. He transformed into a blood-colored bolt of lightning and charged toward Chu Feng. His speed was simply too fast. Chu Feng felt that the time was right. He had pulled Zhu Wuk's hatred to the brim, and it was time to take action. He met Zhu Wuk head-on. The large bell outside his body rumbled and was accompanied by white mist. It was as if the bell of primal chaos had awakened. It vibrated with terrifying energy as he formed a fist seal and blasted it toward his opponent. Clang, clang, clang. The two exchanged blows rapidly. This was truly a head-on clash of life and death. It attracted everyone's attention. No matter how they looked at it, everyone had to admit that this fellow was indeed extraordinary. He was able to resist the fury of a saint child and fight to the death. Dong! With a final loud bang, the energy particles between the two became more than 10 times denser. Dazzling beams of light erupted as all kinds of golden lotuses and pearls appeared at the same time. The scene was simply too terrifying. That was Zhu Wuk's method. He was agitating a high-level energy form in order to exterminate Chu Feng. Brilliant beams of light erupted between the two like a volcanic eruption. Terrifying lava shot hundreds of meters into the air, and rivers of lava wreaked havoc everywhere. It was exceptionally terrifying. In the blink of an eye, they crossed each other and each charged in a different direction. This could be considered their first collision, but they still couldn't effectively kill the other party. "Come again. This time, I'll definitely exterminate you, red-haired little chick." Chu Feng shouted as he charged out. He was the only one who would dare to call the Een Sparrow, who possessed part of the vermilion bird's bloodline, a little chick. Zhu Wuk was furious. He suddenly stopped after charging far away and then suddenly turned around. He was prepared to use all of his trump cards to slaughter Chu Feng in the second collision. He wouldn't give him another chance to open his mouth. After that, there was no more after that. That was because Chu Feng simply didn't return after charging out. He had a pair of blue energy wings on his back, which, after unfolding, caused the air to explode as he charged toward the secret realm of Mount Tai. At this moment, he had reached at least 12 times the speed of sound. The sonic boom was terrifying. The surrounding air collapsed, and the white mist shook, creating an artificial fairyland of surging clouds and mist. Everyone was still waiting to see the great battle between Chu Feng and Zhu Wuk. These divine sons and saintesses were all hoping that the 9 Een Sparrow's descendant would exert his strength and cripple Chu Feng. They would then see how arrogant he could be after being trampled under his foot. Even now, Chu Feng was still shouting loudly as he escaped. He wanted to kill Zhu Wuk and kill the red-haired little chick with a flip of his hand to numb everyone. However, his true actions left everyone in disdain. He ran with all his might, fleeing madly the entire way, directly disappearing from the battlefield. Too shameless. He actually ran away without fighting and uttered so many ruthless words just to make everyone relax at this moment. Oh my, how thick is this fellow's skin? Is this what he meant when he said he could exterminate a group of enemies with one hand? As a person, he's really invincible. His skin is boundlessly thick. People on the Origin Beast platform were in an uproar. Their horizons had been broadened. They had thought that this was an unyielding and ruthless person who would fight with his life on the line. In the end, everyone had guessed wrongly. This fellow had spoken so many ruthless words and was so arrogant and despotic. It was all for this moment to numb everyone and break out of the encirclement. "You can't leave," someone shouted from the summit of Mount Tai. It was Yuan Kuan of the Diamond Ape race. He had transformed into his true form. He was tall and big with a wide mouth full of fangs. His fur was emitting golden light as he launched an attack. That was because there were saint children and saintesses surrounding this place from all directions. Even though Yuan Kuan had been careless for a moment, he still had enough time to obstruct the enemy. Clang! However, what awaited him was a large energy bell. Its walls were golden and no different from the real thing. Moreover, it was suffused with a terrifying mist as it flew over. Chu Feng was ruthless. He brought out the golden bell canopy outside his body. It was made of pure energy and blasted toward Yuan Kuan, causing the large bell to explode. This was an ultimate killing move. Anyone who faced it head-on would be out of luck. Yuan Kuan let out an odd cry. As the two parties approached each other, he felt his own energy drop and was pulled to the same level as Chu Feng. Now that the bell had erupted, all the golden fur on his body stood on end. Boom! It was as if the firmament had exploded. The nearby boulders melted and the vegetation turned to ash. The energy was like a burst dam of lava and raging waves beating against the shore. Yuan Kuan retreated. He didn't want to fail to stop Chu Feng and be battered by the bell's explosion. He dodged at the critical moment. In front of him, some of his followers were screaming miserably. At least 8 of them had exploded into bloody mists, and Chu Feng took advantage of this opportunity to charge past them. Chu Feng was very satisfied as he charged toward the secret realm of Mount Tai. Among these people, the fastest was Zhu Wuk because he had the vermilion bird bloodline. However, he had just passed by Chu Feng, and they were charging in opposite directions. Now, he turned around and could only watch helplessly as the latter disappeared into the distance. "Coward, get back here!" Zhu Wuk chased after him. At this time, Yuan Feng, Ziluan, Lai Shan, Yuan Kuan, and Shin Rong from Penglai Island were also chasing after Chu Feng with cold eyes. They felt that this person was too shameless. Earlier on, he had a majestic and domineering attitude, but in the end, he ran away as soon as they exchanged blows. What a disgrace. "Coward, didn't you want a decisive battle? Get over here and accept your death. I'll hack you to death with a raise of my hand." Zhu Wuk roared with his spiritual energy. That was because he knew that true sound waves were ineffective. His speed wasn't as fast as Chu Feng's, so he couldn't hear it for a moment. "Do you think I'm stupid? You've all evolved to the visualization realm and mastered all kinds of energy forms. You've constructed your own Tao and comprehended more evolved concepts than me. You want me to fight you now? Get lost. I'll kill you all after I break through in a while." Chu Feng replied. Even though he was confident and had astonishing courage, he didn't want to fall into a passive position and be hunted down by others. Just as he had said, his evolutionary level wasn't high. Even if he could pull these people to the same level and their energy levels were similar, this group of saint children and saintesses had, after all, comprehended too many advanced concepts. They would still hold the advantage. Chu Feng clearly remembered how much effort he had to expend to subdue Li Lin. At that time, he had almost suffered a setback. He could still fight 1 or 2 of these saint children and saintesses, but with such a large group of them, with his shackled realm cultivation, he would most likely die a miserable death. He needed to enter the carefree realm and thoroughly comprehend this level. It wouldn't be too late to kill these saint children and saintesses then. At that time, he would truly kill them all. Behind him, the group of people were gnashing their teeth in hatred. Everyone on the Origin Beast platform was also speechless. At this time, Chu Feng could be considered to have successfully broken out of the encirclement. He had 2 choices. One was to leave Mount Tai safely, and the other was to take the risk and climb the sacrificial altar to forcefully break through. He chose the latter because if he missed this opportunity, there would be even more people lying in ambush in this area. Apparently, the people of Penglai had guessed his plan. Otherwise, they wouldn't have colluded with so many divine sons and saintesses to hunt him down here. Perhaps this was his last chance. If he couldn't climb the sacrificial altar today, it would be even more difficult in the future. At that time, the curtains on killing Chu would be completely drawn, and he would be in even more danger. The secret realm was covered in hazy mist. At the crucial point, there was a small cobblestone path floating in the air and leading to a dimensional space. Back then, the toad Ouyang Feng had been born here, and the grand sacrificial altar was also within. Chu Feng rushed past and entered directly. Moreover, he had prepared many magnetic stones and carved domain runes. He wanted to seal this place and obstruct everyone's pursuit, but he didn't have the time to activate them. He had just stepped into this space speckled with golden multicolored light when he was attacked. A fist, accompanied by a majestic draconic aura, blasted toward him. Even though it was a sneak attack, it still gave off the feeling of a brilliant sun illuminating the firmament. The Prince of Great Qi, Qiyu, had appeared. He had charged out from the star passage in the depths of Mount Lao and arrived at Mount Tai. Moreover, he had set up an ambush here to obstruct Chu Feng. Bang, bang, bang. The monastic robe on Chu Feng's body trembled and emitted a dazzling light. He had exchanged several blows with the prince, and had indeed felt how terrifying this person was. "You adulterer, where's your asterisk asterisk? I'll kill all of you," Qi said coldly. He hated Chu Feng and Linoy to the extreme. Back then, the two had joined hands to eliminate all his subordinates and left him all alone. "A toad like you also wants to eat swan meat? Scram. What bullsh asterisk T-Prince? This grandpa will come back and slaughter you after I finish evolving." Chu Feng exchanged several rapid and intense blows with him. The brilliant blue, diamond-like energy wings on his back broke through the sound barrier and once again disappeared into the distance. He didn't even look back. After such an obstruction, he had no way to lay down a domain to obstruct the people behind him. Moreover, he sensed along the way that people from Penglai and the outer realms had joined hands to destroy his domain advantage. They had actually buried a large number of magnetic stones here to interfere with his actions. Chu Feng was like a human-shaped wild dragon as he charged forward with an indomitable vigor. He killed his way to the gigantic sacrificial altar that was as majestic as a primordial mountain. He directly climbed up. He wanted to complete his own Tao here. The shackled realm would accumulate energy and unlock some abilities that were close to divine abilities. Meanwhile, the carefree realm would erase all mutant techniques and turn oneself into primal chaos. He was like a piece of white paper that needed to be painted on his own to sketch out the foundation of his future. This was the place where the ancient sage, emperor, and the forebears had offered sacrifices to the heavens. It was grand and majestic beyond compare. And in the sky, there were over 100 stars illuminating the heavens. In just a split second, Chu Feng was deeply moved. His body and soul were trembling as he knew his direction. His great Tao foundation had already been brewed and only needed to be painted. He would complete it in one go. "Where do you think you're going?" the group behind him shouted. "He won't be able to escape after entering the secret realm. Guard the exit and catch him like a turtle in a jar." Behind him, the saint children and saintesses all revealed cold gazes and surged with killing intent. They viewed him as a dead man. "You want to break through here? Dream on." Shen Rong from Penglai sneered. She wanted to stop Chu Feng from completing his Tao. Chapter 475. The giant sacrificial altar was like a majestic mountain stretching across the land. Chu Feng had just approached when he felt the weight of the blue sky on his back. The bones in his body creaked as he stepped on the bluestone path. At this moment, he was like a flying insect facing the vast starry sky. What he was facing was boundlessly vast and distant. Fighting here, his body was about to be crushed into pieces. The heavy, enormous, and majestic pressure, the suffocating atmosphere, was about to tear him apart. The altar was simple and unadorned. It had stood there for countless years, and the stone steps were the only path leading to the top. Chu Feng strode forward with great difficulty. His spiritual power seeped out from his forehead and was highly concentrated. He was deducing domains, and then he strode forward resolutely. No matter how dangerous it was, he had no choice but to face it head-on. That was because he might not have another chance if he missed this one. Both the geniuses from Penglai and the Outer Realms knew his objective. Where do you think you're going? The Great Chi Prince was the first to attack. That was because he was guarding this dimensional space. He had failed to stop Chu Feng just now and allowed him to escape. At almost the same time, he felt a draconic roar erupt from his fist. His body was surrounded by draconic energy, and his fist intent was grand like a blazing sun crossing the sky as it smashed toward Chu Feng's back. This prince was extremely terrifying. His true abilities were worthy of reverence. He was a super expert, and ordinary saint children were inferior to him. The fist intent rumbled and caused the entire area to tremble. Apparently, this resulted in terrifying consequences. The simple and unadorned altar's stone steps trembled and burst forth with light. Domain runes soared up and formed a terrifying pressure. Due to external interference, the altar had awakened and emitted an even more terrifying aura. Chu Feng changed his direction and evaded the grand fist intent. At the same time, he attacked rapidly. The surrounding magnetic stones floated in the air and used the domain to protect himself against the pressure of the altar. He didn't immediately use the seal of domain suppression because good steel should be used on the edge of the blade. Chu Feng was worried that the jet black seal wouldn't last long. After all, it was covered in cracks and had suffered serious damage. Bang! A beam of light soared up from the altar. That was caused by Chi Yu's fist seal. Swoosh! Chu Feng was very agile. He leapt like a hare and swooped down like a falcon. He dashed up dozens of meters and rushed up many heavy bluestone steps. Behind him, Chi Yu stopped. His expression was gloomy. He really didn't dare to act rashly, let alone chase after Qin went in. That was because the altar was glowing, and the backlash just now caused him to stagger backwards. Everyone attacked together and interfere. Don't give him a chance. Penglai's Chun family's young miss, Chen Rong, shouted. They weren't slow either, arriving almost at the same time. For a moment, bird cries, beast roars, and resplendent energy beams surged, drowning out the limestone steps in front of them. Boom! A huge explosion rang out, and all of them staggered backwards. The energy that struck the altar suffered a backlash, and some of them were almost injured. The main altar shone. Even though it was weak, the aura it released was too terrifying. It was as if a prehistoric, vicious beast had revived, as if it was going to devour all life. This ancient altar was not something an ordinary person could attack. They were shocked. However, they also revealed looks of joy. On the altar, Chu Feng's situation wasn't that great, even worse than theirs. He was obstructed by the surging symbols, moreover injured. Traces of blood were seeping out from between his nose and mouth. Apparently, the most unlucky one was Chu Feng after the altar had recovered and suffered their attacks. Haha, he's really courting death. Climbing the altar like this, he's just a live target. Everyone attack and kill him. Zhu Wuk laughed loudly. The eyes of these divine sons and saintesses were bright like pairs of golden lamps. Their gazes were sharp and penetrating. They knew how to deal with Chu Feng. Boom! The next moment, Zhu Wuk transformed into his true form. It was a blood-red bird which opened its mouth and spat out a beam of light which engulfed the ancient, mountain-like altar. Yuan Kuan also revealed his true form. He was as tall as a small mountain, a faint golden giant diamond ape. He roared and brandished his wolf fawn club forward with all his might. Energy surged violently like a breached dam, drowning everything in front of him. In the blink of an eye, several saint children took action. This area was like a group of volcanoes that had come to life and began to violently erupt with lava. The scene was too terrifying. The most important thing was the altar's reaction. After being attacked like this, it immediately emitted an even more dazzling light. Thump, thump, thump. Four soft sounds rang out as four dragon-locking pillars appeared around Chufeng. They protected him from all sides and suppressed a relatively narrow, yet safe space. Were it not for this, he would have certainly been torn apart. That was because the altar had become incomparably terrifying. A layer of mysterious and complicated runes was flowing like water. The entire altar was simple and sparkling, containing a shocking murderous aura. This was a place where the forebears offered sacrifices to the heavens. Ancient emperors had participated in the construction of this altar, and no one was allowed to offend it. Boom! Zhu Wuk, Yuan Kuan, and the others also paid a great price. Energy runes immediately overflowed like a metal brand in the void, cold and three-dimensional. Bang! Bang! Zhu Wuk coughed up a mouthful of blood and flew backward. His scarlet feathers withered as flames wreaked havoc. Yuan Kuan roared and swung the wolf fawn club in his hand. The webbing between his thumb and forefinger was torn, and he was also sent flying with a mouth full of bloody foam. Although they had long since anticipated the backlash, they were still apprehensive after seeing how fierce it was. Let's retreat and use secret treasures to attack the altar. Stop him from climbing up. Someone suggested that they absolutely couldn't allow Chufeng to do as he wished. They had to stop him. That was because everyone could sense that there were good things on the altar. There was a multicolored jade table there. It was very big and seemed to have been prepared by a giant. Auspicious light was surging from it, and all of them were rare offerings. Next, numerous secret treasures lit up as they were shot out and smashed directly into the altar. On the stone steps, Chufeng's expression changed. He was most worried that such a thing would happen. Earlier, he was hesitating whether or not to climb the altar because of this consideration. If others were to interfere while he was ascending the altar, the domains here would explode and become extremely dangerous. Boom! Domain runes erupted like a layer of undulating waves which spread throughout the altar. This place had become extremely dangerous. Although the numerous secret treasures retreated rapidly, two of them suffered a backlash and were drowned in domain runes. They cracked open on the spot and then exploded into fragments. Yuan Feng, Zhu Wuk, Chun Rong, Lai Shan, and the others' expressions changed. This place was too terrifying. It would consume too much energy to stop Chufeng. Those were secret treasures, after all. Who could afford to go through so much trouble? Most of the secret treasures had been destroyed during the process of crossing over from the Star Passage. Only a few of them were left on their bodies. Energy runes rose and fell on the altar. The four dragon-locking pillars were tottering on the verge of collapse. There were even cracks appearing on them, as though they were about to collapse. Huh! Chen Rong laughed loudly. She ordered people to bring out a damaged brass pagoda and have it crash into the altar. This was a visualization-level pagoda, but it had been burned by the essence flames of extreme yang in Chufeng's diamond chakram. Part of it had melted and was now being abandoned to attack. Crack! The brass pagoda disintegrated on the spot and exploded with a loud bang. But a visualization-level secret treasure, even if it was badly damaged, would still trigger a great backlash when it crashed into the altar. As expected, a glaring brilliance soared up from the altar. Chufeng was in an increasingly dangerous situation. Cracks appeared on the four dragon-locking pillars one after another. Then, with a bang, metal pieces flew out. Chen Rong revealed a happy smile. Zhu Wuk, Ziluan, Zhan He, Bai Ling, and the others also had cold smiles at the corners of their mouths as they watched Chufeng fall into a land of death. However, the development of events exceeded their expectations. The dragon-locking pillars had shed a layer of copper skin, revealing an even more lustrous brass pillar. Only Chufeng could still be considered calm. He knew that the dragon-locking pillars were strange treasures and wouldn't break so easily. Back at the revered 8 trigrams furnace, it had done the same and opened 2 layers of restrictions. This time, it was more intense. It had actually shed a layer of copper skin. As expected, this area was temporarily stabilized. Chu Feng let out a long breath and put away the seal of domain suppression. He had originally planned to activate the seal. Clang, 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 clang. As Chu Feng strode forward, the 4 dragon-locking pillars moved in sync and surrounded him. They stood on the stone steps to ensure his safety. Below, the pupils of the group constricted. They revealed a cold intent and didn't look too good. "Let's try again," someone muttered. How could they let Chu Feng go up? The things on the altar were too tempting. The peaches of immortality, cinnabar fruits, and so on were emitting a luster. They were still fresh, and, if eaten, they would definitely be able to rapidly evolve. In the blink of an eye, 10 secret treasures flew out and emitted a blinding light. They were like 10 suns traversing the sky before charging toward the altar. Rumble. It was as if immortal thunder had descended from the heavens. The deafening sound was about to tear one's eardrums apart. The altar surged with a terrifying brilliance. The densely packed runes were increasingly terrifying. In front of the altar, dozens of followers of the 8 divine sons and saintesses exploded and turned into a bloody mist on the spot. The backlash from the altar was too intense and exceeded everyone's expectations. Chen Rong, Zhan He, Bai Ling, Zhu Wuk, and the others had successfully evaded. Some of their followers were a step too slow and were killed in body and soul. On the altar, Chu Feng's body spat out a large mouthful of blood. He looked back coldly and stared at the crowd. If you have any more secret treasures, use them all. He didn't believe these people could produce them without end. Now that the altar had been activated, the terrifying runes made it difficult for Chu Feng to move forward. A scarlet bird soared into the air and wanted to kill Chu Feng by surprise. In the end, it jumped up and was torn to pieces in midair. Its feathers were stained with blood and fell to the ground. Idiot, this is the place where the ancient saint emperors and our ancestors offered sacrifices to the heavens. How can we allow birds to be frightened? You can't fly here, so don't move rashly. The divine sons and saintesses warned their followers. At this moment, Chu Feng's fiery eyes were moving slowly along with the 4 dragon-locking pillars. Fortunately, he had this eye ability. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to ascend the altar even if his domain techniques were impressive and he had the protection of the 4 bronze pillars. The fiery eyes could see through the actual situation. He could see through the arrangements on the limestone steps and avoid the most dangerous areas as he slowly ascended. But the higher he went, the heavier Chu Feng's heart became. The higher the limestone steps, the denser and more complex the domain runes became. Even the 4 dragon-locking pillars couldn't hold them back. There were several times when the bronze pillars were almost sent flying. Chu Feng moved slowly with great difficulty. During this period, he staggered back several times due to the domain energy. Blood flowed out of his mouth and nose, and he almost suffered a calamity. He sighed lightly and brought out the seal of domain suppression. At the same time, he put away the 4 dragon-locking pillars and didn't dare take the risk. That was because the surrounding domains would lose their effectiveness once the black stone seal appeared. There was no point in keeping the bronze pillars. The black stone seal lit up and covered Chu Feng within, protecting him within. The black light spread out and isolated a peaceful area. But this area was only a small one. The black light was suppressed and couldn't expand outwards. This went to show just how terrifying the altar was. Of course, from another perspective, the seal of domain suppression was astonishing. It was actually effective here and was able to resist the erosion of the ancient altar's domain runes. At this time, Chu Feng had already reached a fairly high position. He was more than halfway there and would reach the majestic altar. Below, the group of people wore cold expressions. They didn't want to see such a thing happen. Chen Rong was gnashing her teeth as she stared at the black stone seal in Chu Feng's hand. This was something from Peng Lai. They had guessed that Chu Feng would come here because they guessed he wanted to use the seal of domain suppression to obtain fortunes. Peng Lai also had such plans and even tried to do so, Unfortunately, they failed and still couldn't climb up. Chu Feng held the black stone seal in his hand and his fiery eyes. He was greatly alarmed because he would die even with the seal of domain suppression if it wasn't for his outstanding domains and his ability to see through reality. You want to take away those rare offerings? How can I let you do as you wish? Chen Rong was extraordinarily beautiful, but at this moment, she revealed a cruel and sinister smile. She produced a simple and unadorned stone arch bridge no bigger than a palm and said, "Everyone, I'll give you a fortune. Let's seize the sacrificial items on the altar and kill Chu Feng at the same time." This was a realm-crossing bridge. It could cross domains and evade killing intent. It could be considered a rare treasure. Naturally, this item was rare and most of them were imitations. The first time Chu Feng came here, the problem lady's grandfather, the old Taoist with the barking buttocks, had produced a similar treasure in an attempt to ascend the altar. However, he failed. Replica? Li Feng revealed an odd expression. Chen Rong sneered and said, "Correct, it's a replica, but it should be able to reach Chu Feng directly. We'll go up when he least expects it and kill or restrain him. We'll seize the seal of domain suppression and successfully ascend the altar." She had been waiting for an opportunity all along. She wanted to use this bridge after seeing that Chu Feng was almost done climbing. That was because if Chu Feng were to climb any further, he would exceed the scope of the bridge's effects. Very good. It's feasible. Go up and kill him. Yuan Feng, Zhu Wuk, and the Grand Xia Prince Qi Yu were the first to declare their intentions. They wanted to ascend the altar and kill Chu Feng. Swoosh! The next moment, the realm-crossing bridge lit up and directly linked up to form a safe energy channel. Zhu Wuk and the others ordered their followers to rush up first. They saw that there was no problem and followed closely behind to kill their way up. "Young miss, how can we let them go up? The fortunes on the altar will fall into their hands." The Penglai elders beat their chests and stamped their feet. Otherwise, those offerings might fall into Chu Feng's hands. Chen Rong said coldly, "Not necessarily. He might not be able to go up. We can still observe for a while." An elder said bitterly, "Penglai have been eyeing these offerings for a long time." "Humph, it's no big deal. It's fine as long as they don't fall into Chu Feng's hands," Chen Rong said coldly. "I'd rather give them to a friend than a servant." At this time, she no longer suppressed her words or concealed them. That was because Zhu Wuk and the others had already charged up and arrived in front of Chu Feng. At this time, Chu Feng was horrified to see a beam of energy leading here. He immediately put up a defense, and a large bell engraved with complex energy runes appeared around his body. Moreover, he heard Chen Rong's words and suddenly turned around. He said coldly, "You prostitute thing." He was truly furious. What kind of mentality did Chen Rong have? He really wanted to capture her and kill her slowly. Boom! At the critical moment, Chu Feng shot out 6 black, profound magnet stones. These were his trump cards. They had been seized from Li Lin and had once been able to resist the monastic robe for a period of time. Of course, he had directly shot them out to block the energy channel. He didn't dare to activate them in front of the seal of domain suppression. Boom! Energy surged down below as the path was blocked. Afterwards, Chu Feng didn't even look back. He quickly ascended with the seal of domain suppression in hand. His fiery eyes glowed and saw through everything as he chose the safest path to rush up. Finally, he arrived at the top of the altar and crossed over with a single step. Bang! Chu Feng had succeeded. In a flash, he looked down from above as if he was gazing at the mortal world from the firmament. Done. I'll baptize my body with divine and sacred medicines and tear off all the remaining shackles in one go. I'll condense my Tao. All of you, wash your necks and wait to be executed. Chu Feng muttered. He walked forward in large strides and arrived at the edge of the multicolored stone table. This place was overflowing with auspicious qi. It was too divine, and at the same time, there was a terrifying suppressive might. Chapter 476. Of course, Chu Feng didn't lose his calm. Even though he was excited and his eyes were fiery, he was still vigilant. He knew very well how terrifying this place was. This was the pilgrimage grounds, a place to offer sacrifices to the heavens. A single misstep, and unbridled, might invite a fatal disaster. Chu Feng became increasingly cautious. He held the seal of domain suppression in hand to protect himself. A mass of black light enveloped him and formed a relatively narrow but safe space. Within the black light, neither runes nor domains were visible. It was extremely tranquil. At this place, an alluring, fruity fragrance assailed the nostrils. It was accompanied by multicolored light and penetrated deep into one's soul. The rich fragrance permeated into one's bones and made one drool with desire. The jade table was quite big and was emitting multicolored radiance. Auspicious energy surged and glowed brilliantly like flowing water waves. One could tell at a glance that it was extremely divine. The pressure in this place was too great. Chu Feng felt suffocated with just a single step. Both his body and spirit felt as if there was a great mountain pressing down on him, making it difficult for him to breathe. Even with the seal of domain suppression in hand, he couldn't dissolve it. This was a formless momentum and a certain terrifying aura that could intimidate evolved beings in body and spirit. Chu Feng's heart became serious, and he became even more cautious. He moved his gaze away from the immortal peach with great difficulty and glanced at the objects emitting a dangerous aura. The multicolored jade table was glowing with immortal light and was truly enormous. There was not only an immortal peach on its surface, but also a golden seal. It wasn't very big, but it exuded a grand aura as if the firmament was suppressing this place. Additionally, there were 9 bronze cauldrons with green marks on them. They looked simple and unadorned, but they made people revere them. They couldn't help but lower their heads and pay their respects. There was also a small pitch-black pagoda 3 feet tall, which absorbed the surrounding light. Although it wasn't big, it was as terrifying as an abyss. Chu Feng's eyes flickered. He didn't even need to think to know that this was an extraordinary divine object. However, it gave him a mountainous pressure, and this was the result of the protection of the seal of domain suppression. He believed that without the black stone seal in his hand, his body would probably crack and stain the altar with blood before he could even get close. These things were extremely terrifying. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to get close to the jade table even if they passed through the domains. Yao Yao said that the things here can't be touched carelessly. Otherwise, there will be a fatal disaster. It seems that it's really strange, Chu Feng said to himself. When there was no one else around, he wouldn't call her big sister. He felt that Yao Yao was more amiable. When he was at Mount Longhu, he had asked Yao Yao about the pilgrimage grounds. Yao Yao had warned him that he should be careful here. The entire altar was silent and filled with offerings. It looked abandoned, but there was a hole. According to what Yao Yao said, some things were placed there by the forebears, and some might have been left behind by the enemy. Chu Feng's eyes were fiery as he stared at the bronze cauldron and the golden seal. However, he let out a long sigh and didn't act impulsively. For the sake of safety, it was better not to touch them. Right now, the most important thing was to successfully obtain the immortality peach, and everything else would depend on the situation. He absolutely couldn't lose his life here just because he coveted the ancient treasure. The pressure in this place was too great. He braced himself and jumped onto the enormous jade table, but his mouth and nose were already overflowing with traces of blood. The pitch-black small pagoda and the seal suffused with golden light gave him a great sense of crisis. He felt that his spirit and body were about to be crushed into pieces. At the same time, another aura surged over, carrying with it a distant and majestic ancient intent. It was a stone tablet that stood quietly on the altar next to the jade table. There were words on it that recorded the rise and fall of this celestial body. Chu Feng gazed at it. He didn't recognize the divine characters on it, but he had heard the problem lady's grandfather read it that day. Earth used to be ranked 11th, and could be considered one of the most powerful celestial bodies. However, when it came to the next ranking, it had fallen to 97,452. It was simply a straight line, a drop of 1,000 feet. As for the next ranking, it wasn't displayed. He didn't know how far it had fallen. Chufeng gazed at it and sighed softly. At this time, the stone tablet suddenly emitted a weak light and scanned his body. Immediately, his hair stood on end. There was indeed a trap here. This stone tablet was like an energy pagoda. Was it similar to black technology? Fortunately, he was very cautious. He didn't get carried away and didn't offend it. In reality, his mood was somewhat heavy after arriving here. How could he blaspheme the place where the ancestors offered sacrifices to the heavens? Earth had long since been crippled, and the altar had been forgotten. No one could enjoy the sacrifices. He reckoned that no one was willing to go too far. The waters of the past were too deep. The stone tablet shone and scanned his body. Nothing abnormal happened. Although Yao Yao didn't explain in detail, she only mentioned that both the ancestors and their enemies had left behind things to suppress and kill some of the mid-level fish and shrimp left on Earth. Chufeng reckoned that he shouldn't have the qualifications to activate the ancient treasure and kill him. His bones emitted a cracking sound as he resisted the boundless pressure and climbed onto the jade table with great difficulty. At this moment, his eyes were like golden lightning accompanied by flames. Chufeng concentrated and didn't dare relax in the slightest. He had finally reached the final juncture and didn't want a disaster to occur at the last step. The group of people below the altar clenched their fists tightly. They were even more nervous than Chufeng, especially Chun Rong, whose eyes were spitting fire and gnashing her teeth. Chufeng's success in ascending the altar made her furious and burning with jealousy. The pupils of Zhu Wuk, Yuan Feng, and the others constricted. They were truly unreconciled. Just now, they had approached Chufeng with the help of the world-crossing bridge, but in the end, he had escaped. If the divine peach of immortality was left to us, flames surged out of Yuan Kuan's eyes, and dense energy flowed through his faint golden fur. The diamond ape's sturdy physique was full of explosive power. The great Qi Prince Qi Yu's expression was gloomy. Their attack had failed. Chufeng had actually succeeded in ascending the altar in front of all of them, and was now harvesting the fortune. The enemy had succeeded, but they could only look on helplessly. This kind of feeling was too unbearable. Let's stop him. We can't let him smoothly consume the immortality peach. Chun Rong spoke. Zhu Wuk also said coldly, "Traitor, you're the food of the heavenly knights back then. No matter what level you evolve to, you can't escape this fate." In truth, he was quite annoyed. The Nining Sparrow had asked him to kill Chufeng, but in the end, he had to watch this person evolve here. Continue attacking. This is the last attempt to see if we can shake the altar, Yuan Feng said with a cold gaze. His hatred for Chufeng wasn't any less than Qi Yu's. He had once been quite vexed. The seal of domain suppression is densely covered in cracks. If the weight is too great, it might be destroyed, Chun Rong said. That was a treasure from Peng Lai, and she was quite familiar with it. Bai Ling, Lai Shan, Zhan He, and the others nodded. Afterwards, the divine sons and saintesses prepared to attack once again. However, they had already retreated to a safe place for fear of a powerful backlash. Boom! Some secret treasures glowed as if they were on fire. They smashed into the altar with dazzling radiance like comets striking the earth. The symbols on the altar were dazzling. They interweaved together and caused the multicolored jade table to shake slightly. As expected, Chufeng had suffered the attack. However, there was no danger. His body only swayed slightly. The black light around his body didn't diminish and continued to envelop him. At this time, he had already arrived in front of a vessel. His eyes were burning with passion. The multicolored light here was resplendent. He reached out his hand and successfully touched an immortal peach. It was as red as an agate and was bursting with scarlet multicolored light. An alluring smell had long since assaulted him. Chu Feng opened his mouth and immediately took a big bite without hesitation. Immediately, his mouth was filled with juice. It was fresh, sweet, and fragrant. Even his soul was moistened by the fragrance, and his entire body was sparkling and translucent. Within a split second, it was as if thunder had exploded within his body one after another. This was a divine great medicine. Even though the medicinal properties within had been severely depleted over the years, it was still enough for an evolver at his level. In just a short period of time, banging sounds rang out from within Chu Feng's body. It was as if a metal chain had broken, or as if a torture device had been activated. His entire body became much more relaxed. In particular, it was as if an explosion had occurred in his head. The shackles there had a great effect on the spirit. The shackles on the head were also spiritual shackles. Even though Chu Feng's spirit was often integrated into his flesh and blood and was very much located in his head, if one were to trace it back, this was still his base camp. It gave him a splitting headache, and the flames of his spirit burned fiercely. Rumble. It was as if thunder had truly fallen from the 9 heavens and struck Chu Feng's body, almost causing him to fall head first. Spiritual power rushed out of his forehead as if it had materialized. There was a cluster of light flames throbbing there. It was done. The most important shackle in the human body had been broken. His head thundered for a long time before it stopped. Chu Feng immediately felt that his ears and eyes were sharp, and his intuition was sharp. Most importantly, his spiritual power had skyrocketed. If he wanted to enter the carefree realm, this was a hurdle he had to pass. Within a split second, wherever Chu Feng's spirit went, all things were reflected in his heart. Everything was different. It was as if he had torn apart a rain curtain and seen some of the true nature of the world. He increasingly felt and had a different understanding of cultivation and evolution. In just a short moment, he was about to comprehend the Tao and immerse himself in a wondrous state. This was the greatest advantage of breaking the shackle in the head. How could one walk further without sufficient spirit? Only by breaking the shackle and boiling soul force could one step into the carefree realm and enter the visualization realm. Both form and spirit were indispensable. At this moment, Chu Feng's body was glowing and his flesh was transparent. It was just as the rumors said. After breaking the 12th shackle, the increase in one's energy was limited. However, he was undergoing a qualitative change. The level of energy within his body was leaping and rising. This was beyond Chu Feng's expectations. This change was different from the others. He circulated his breathing technique, starting from the Tao induction and then the thunderous breathing technique. During the process of evolution, doing this had great benefits. It could improve his constitution and increase his spirit. Moreover, he had grasped the ultimate breathing technique. During this process, the other parts of Chu Feng's body rang out incessantly. It was just as Yao Yao had said. There were dozens of shackles in the human body, and they were divided according to different standards. This was because some shackles were big, and some were small, and some were negligible. Yao Yao told Chu Feng that he didn't need to care about these things. If he took divine and sacred medicines, all the cells in his body would be activated. After the baptism, all the obstructions would be connected. In a short moment, his body's activity increased dramatically. Moreover, the energy that the rumors said wouldn't increase much also surged at this time. Chu Feng's eyes shone brightly and revealed a joyful expression. His body was transforming, his constitution was rapidly improving, and his energy was increasing rapidly. It was different from ordinary people's evolution. Below the altar, a group of people's faces were ashen. They saw Chu Feng take a big bite of the peach of immortality, and, in the blink of an eye, only the core was left. Each and every one of them was burning with anger. Chu Feng didn't pay attention to them. He even paid less attention to the changes after breaking some of his shackles. He was paying attention to the changes after the spiritual shackles were broken. His spiritual power rose sharply, and a mass of light rushed out from his flesh and returned to his head. He observed carefully and found that part of his spirit showed signs of condensing into a weapon. Is this a newly unlocked ability? He tried taking the initiative to participate and even molded it. A mass of powerful spiritual power indistinctly transformed into a person holding a large halberd. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.